a while since I've been able to say this, but it's 7 a.m. for me, or thereabouts, which means this morning is Orphaned Honor. Finally. Long awaited. Hi, everybody. I've missed you guys. Feels like it's been forever.
We were gone so long, we almost needed to make a "We're Coming Back" trailer.
New and improved.
Yep.
But that being said, it's been too long already, and I feel like this has been happening a lot. But so we don't waste any time, how about somebody, if you dare, give me a recap of the last time we played?
Second.
You guys can cheat. Fine.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
I would do it, but I'm feeling under the weather, so you're not gonna get a lot out of me today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. So last session we had some dream sequences starting out. Haba and Nero were getting just standing in the void. That was kind of cool, and then that void got overwhelmed with darkness. Haba ran while Nero stood there. And a voice spoke to Nero about a particular man and where to find him. At which point the void kind of split into half white, half black, with Nero standing in the black, Haba sitting in the white. Nero asking Haba why he ran. And then Core's dream found himself in the presence of his old friend there, his old buddy. Had a little heart to heart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, yeah, it wasn't necessarily, we weren't sure if that was actually necessarily her. Yep. Then we woke up, headed to Stars, bought some new items. Yelena got her hand healed from that whole dragon exchange with the stone. And then we all went to the second district, where Yelena made a brief stop to get to her house. Upon paying, she was informed there was a package left for her, and carefully making sure it wasn't trapped, Yelena opened it to find a ceremonial dagger that had been used to mark her as a slave by her former master. So yeah, trauma all around most of the last session. What else happened? Met with Core's companion in the park and explained what we'd been up to. She agreed to help to the best of her ability. And then we eventually made way down to the home of another of Core's companions, only to find they weren't home and that they hadn't been there in some time. Concerned by this, we got permission to check the room and began making our way there. And that's kind of where we ended.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have anything they want to add?
We left our session off on a cliffhanger of Precious Veil has gone missing, and we are trying to find her. Mm-hmm. We're starting off in the apartment.
Mm-hmm. Almost. You were on the way to the apartment. On the bottom floor. All right. Well, that being said, for working your way through it, Greg, take 2 points of inspiration. Okay. Let's get back into the swing of things. It's gonna be a little slow in the beginning as we all kind of shake off some of the dust. We find ourselves on the first floor of one of the numerous residential buildings here in the second district. The building manager, who sits at a front desk near the front door, has given you permission, after a little bit of persuasion, to go upstairs and check on one of the tenants, a friend of Core's, Precious Vale, who the manager has reported not having seen in some time. It doesn't take you long to climb the stairs up to the 4th floor and make your way down the hall to where Core's memory leads you to, like many of the other doors down this hall, a plain green-painted door with a gold knob on it. A quick check of the handle indicates it is locked. Unsurprising. How would you like to enter? Or would you like to knock?
I think Core is going to look towards Candace and give just a concerned look before he cautiously begins inspecting for traps.
Roll investigation check at advantage. Candace will help.
Let me just make sure this. That's a 23.
Really good. A cursory survey of the door with 2 sets of expert eyes reveal to you there are no traps here.
With that being said, Core is just going to treat this like any other breaking and entering, and is just going to unlock the door, assuming it's locked.
It is locked.
Yep. He will roll thieves' tools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got 2 expert thieves here.
Yep, and he'll just say out loud, no chances if we surprise her, she'll forgive us. Click.
Door? What door? Yeah, that is more than sufficient. These locks aren't overly complicated either. It does not take you much time to work your way through it. As you hear the locking mechanism give a resounding click, and then the handle will turn smoothly. Candace draws a dagger and just kind of keeps it pressed against her thigh, just in case. You swing the door open, inching it carefully. It reveals to you a short hallway. On the immediate left and right are a set of doors. Or you've been here before. And the layouts of these are all identical to similar residential buildings. To the left would be a small storage closet. To the right would be the water closet, the restroom. And then immediately down the hall will open up into the living space. And then there will be a small hall towards the back end that creates a L shape that leads to the bedroom.
Okay. I think Corb is going to look at Candace and just say, you take the right, I'll take the left.
You'll give a nod.
And will, from there, just proceed in the same way that he's been doing it. Just a quick cursory glance, followed by an opening of the door.
Mm-hmm. How is everyone else handling this situation? Clearly, Cora and Candace are applying a great deal of caution when entering what would be considered a friendly space. What is everyone else doing?
Yelena's mostly trusting these 2 who actually know this person to know how cautious they should be. So she's keeping an eye out and kind of just following in behind them.
Yeah, I was gonna say the twins are in pretty unfamiliar territory. They don't want to take like a step to the left, and then, oh, what's that? A grenade in your face. It dropped from the ceiling.
That doesn't end well for whoever prepared the grenade. It's fine.
No, it was a remote set one. It's fine.
It somehow bounces into Core's face.
That's how it works. It's
The grenade
bounces
he
into his
made-
face and his mouth as he's screaming.
The one from the past reforms itself and rolls all the way over here.
Oh no, it's a mimetic.
Yep.
Actually, there's a spell that you could use to animate that as a wizard.
Animate grenade. Yeah, just animate objects on some grenades.
Yeah, you could.
What would you? What would you classify them as? Tiny objects,
Mm,
like 16
yeah.
grenades flying at you.
Yep. You laugh. That is actually a thing somebody could do.
Oh, that sounds like an artificer thing. Oh.
Yeah, they could do it at level 17 when they get 5th level spell slots.
Yes, true.
You would just need someone
Unfortunately.
to make something explosive. You just leave that to
Mhm.
wizards. Wizards can do everything.
Also,
Yeah.
I remember reading that post about the about cow resurrection around someone, and I was just saying here, being
Yeah.
like, you can do it with a rod of resurrection as an action. As an action, you are a cow now.
No. As an action, you are inside a cow now. You are not the cow. That would be that would be the better circumstance. No, you're inside the cow.
You could do that with 4th level spells.
Yeah.
I digress though.
Yeah.
Cursory thing. I have no idea how much inspiration I'm starting with this session, so Core just opens the door after doing that look.
Yeah, it's one of those. Again, I don't roll them over. They roll over between sessions if there wasn't a long rest or at least a pointed enough moment to go. No, they would have reset by now. And it's been so ding dang long, but I know you guys also try to burn them in between sessions because you're usually very good about getting more of the following session.
Yeah, I was just very lax this week, so
Yeah, everyone was, and for the sake of that, for those of you that don't have any, just take 2 points for us getting back into the swing of things.
okay. Thank you. That's very generous.
So, would you like to use one of those, or are you going to stick with the number?
I'm gonna stick with it.
You and Candace sweep in, carefully inspect the doors. As far as either of you are concerned, there's a bit of a shared nod that there is no obvious sign of trappings anywhere to be seen. Candace pokes her head into the door, quickly looks around, and then just closes it behind her. Core, do you likewise peek into your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Inside is, as expected, a storage closet filled with multiple shelves, of which resting upon are various food goods of dried and jarred nature, what you'd expect for someone to have in a typical pantry. And off to the side, there are several what you would consider like expeditionary gear, like hiking equipment, climbing kit, stuff like that. This is the general keep all for anyone's belongings that don't have a place somewhere else in the apartment.
Okay. It doesn't look out of the ordinary at a glance.
Nope. Looks perfectly normal.
All right. Core. I think it's just going to make a as he begins moving. Once he sees there's nothing, he just moves on to the next section of the room, just doing a very quick and efficient sweep. He'll make a silent hand gesture towards Candace, probably something he can't, indicating clear.
Mhm.
It becomes very apparent that Core is, actively looking for not so much traps as he is living threats.
Mhm. Well, you make your way down the short hallway in tandem, and it opens up into the living space very shortly. It's about a 10-foot hallway. On the right, there's a raised counter in a small area for what you would consider a kitchen space. The stove is unlit. The apartment is cold. To the left, there is a small wooden table with 2 chairs, of which are pushed in and kept neatly. There's a bookshelf, and then following that, there is a small green fabric-covered couch with a coffee table in front of it. And the only sign that is worth noting here is that there is, in fact, a tea set on the table with a cup of tea that is currently filled on a saucer and just resting there.
Okay.
Would you like to check the tea?
Sure. Would give us an indicator of how much time has probably passed. What do you want me to roll?
We're just gonna keep with the good old investigation. We're not gonna we're not gonna make this silly.
I will blow inspiration for this. I would have Candace help me investigate, but having someone over my shoulder, also ogling a cup of tea with me feels very.
I'll have
feels
her
very weird.
I'll have her make her own roll, because she
Okay.
is likewise, looking for details.
All right. We'll stop on a 17.
Okay. Well, the first thing you would obviously check for would be a temperature. It is ice cold, as expected of what looks like a tea that has been left here for some time. The next obvious thing you can sort of check is by looking at on the polished surface of the wood table, there is a thin layer of dust that is gathered. You can kind of run your finger through it and see the streak. And kind of seeing that, you can kind of see that same little fine layer of dust that's gathered everywhere else, indicating that someone has not been here for enough time that this is settled all across the apartment. You kind of see Candace on the other side of the room kind of running her finger over something and rubbing her fingers together, kind of noting the same thing. And at this particular juncture, if anyone, if you guys have anything that, if you think you have a clever idea or something you want to do while Cora and Candace are kind of trying to find some clues, you're more than welcome to chime in at any time. Just so that way you don't feel like you have to wait for me to call on your name.
I think after realizing there's dust on the table and that this tea is cold, Cora's just going to say, she's definitely not here. We should all probably spend our energy trying to find some type of lead here to figure out where they were going. I don't think there's any threats.
Does this apartment have like a separate bedroom?
Yeah, it's off of the rear of the apartment. There's a small hall.
Elaine's gonna make her way over there.
Okay. Does not take you long. Go to the end. There's a small opening. It curves around. There is no door. It just opens up into the room. And it's small and relatively simple. There's a single bed with a green comforter. You're starting to notice the color theme. A dresser to the left with a mirror on it, a vanity mirror, if you will, and a chest at the foot of the bed, and that is it.
Does anything seem upturned or like things were grabbed quickly?
Nope. Everything seems perfectly neat. The bed is made and sharply so. You could bounce a gold coin off that.
She'll go back to the others and just say, as far as I can see, there isn't really any sign of a struggle, but usually you'd at least have time to put your dishes away before you leave if it wasn't an emergency.
Well, this is telling me they were probably taken outside of this, maybe on a commute or something like that. We just need to pick up a trail of some kind. It's already cold, meaning this is going to be kind of hard.
Any windows in the apartment?
On the backmost wall near the couch and the coffee table.
Julian's gonna go take a look at those, see if there's anything amiss with them.
Sure. Give me an investigation check. Good number. And it relays to you that there is nothing amiss. As a matter of fact, the window hasn't been open in quite some time.
Hey, Haba.
Yeah. What do you need, Core?
You're really good with food, right?
Yeah.
You could afford to sound a little bit more confident.
Yeah, I'm not much of a bragger. But yeah.
Well, what do you make of the tea?
Alright. Are you seeing if he can like detect like exactly how long ago like it was brewed by
I'm
it?
expecting you to pull out some type of nonsense here, so have at it.
Yeah, we'll like
It's like
Sherlock
Divine
some tea real
Sense.
quick. Yeah.
Divine Sense tea length. He's gonna pull a Gordon Ramsay's.
I'm gonna go over to that tea. I'm gonna stick a finger in it, taste it.
It's cold. It's a black tea base, and it's got several different kinds of spices worked into it. One would call this a variation of cha.
Okay.
Excellent for the winter.
Can I try it and can I try and like based on the taste and how long things have been setting there, try and at least gain like a vague idea of how long ago this was prepared?
Okay.
I would like to offer my aid on this because Core actually was trying to help out with this at the very least, so I think there's a little bit more justification for it, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Or worked at a tea house as a front for a gig once.
He was a geisha once.
All right, Greg, roll for me a cook's utensils intelligence check.
Okay. That'd be a 20 if you're counting Core's help.
I am.
Okay.
Which is pretty good. All right. So, you can taste the tea. And it has sat here a while. The same layer of dust that Core noticed, which I'm sure he would have brought up at some point, you can also tell sort of settled on the top of the tea. However, the real indicator for at least a little bit of the age is the fact that when you look inside the teapot, there is several pieces of the fine bits of the various spices and tea leaves that couldn't be strained out that have gathered onto the bottom of the pot into a single spot, and have come to rest there. And if you kind of reach into the pot and drag your finger through it, it's almost slimy, like it's been there for a while.
Okay.
You're looking at more than 10 days.
Two things. One, this has been sitting here for more than 10 days. Two, I shouldn't have tried to taste that.
Make a constitution check.
Core just
Immediately
says-
throws up on Core.
Just you take his hat, you vomit into it.
Put it back on his head.
Cora's gonna say 10 days. How do you figure?
You look at the spices down here that have settled. This usually takes a while, but not more so than that. They're slimy in texture. That doesn't just happen immediately. Like, or even after like a day. Like that takes a bit. That's just leaving it here.
Well, look at you giving us an actual time frame.
He did it.
Oh, thanks.
You did good.
Beams with appreciation at that. But seriously, don't drink that.
Is Estella up to anything?
Arm wrestling Nero.
Nope.
Okay. Other than the time frame, it looks like, other than the time frame in the tea, it really looks like Precious just kind of vanished. There's no obvious indicator that they left. As a matter of fact, when you recall back to the closet, the storage closet in the beginning part of the area, shoes and boots were still there. Their traveling cloak was still there. Most of the goods you'd expect for someone to take when they were leaving on a trip were all present.
So she was kidnapped.
But there were also no signs of struggle. Everything seems to be in its place.
She just got forcibly teleported out of her own house. Is that a thing that can happen in this world?
Yes.
You just get
Not
abducted via teleport.
Not commonly.
Magic.
Like people wouldn't think that, but it absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I like magic. Pretty much, the impossible is very much possible.
Mhm.
It's got to put enough work into it.
Core is going to say, I think either she was taken when she was outside of her apartment, or she was coerced into going with someone.
So it's an important note. There's only one cup of tea that has
Mhm.
tea in it, right?
There's
Are there
only
any other.
no. There's only a single cup.
Okay.
That is it.
Cora's going to just say, can we see if we can find a note? Something, an indicator. Candace, do you know if Precious kept a journal of some kind?
I'm pretty sure she did. It's common for the for people that are for religious folks to do that anyway. I'm sure there's something around here somewhere.
As much as I hate to prod around their personal stuff, I think the situation warrants it.
Well, I'll check the bookshelves. I'm gonna go check the room.
Take another glance at it.
I'll help you out.
Okay. Well, you can double back to the room. Again, it's pretty bare. One of you make an investigation check at advantage, please.
I will aid.
My God.
Big oof.
Well, looks like we're blowing investigation again. We're blowing our inspiration a second time.
There you go.
Don't want to do it this early, but I can't. I want to make sure that I succeed on these checks.
It's
Can't do that if I'm rolling a 1 and a 2.
Yeah, that is actually kind of dumb. Okay. You double back to the room with Yelena. And now being a little bit more thorough, going through a couple of drawers, kind of checking in and around the bed. The chest, which is unlocked, and contains several various books of scripture, a couple of odds and ends, like a bag of polished stones, a rolled up canvas of a painting in progress for a scene in the nearby park. You do eventually turn up a small 3x6 leather-bound book that was tucked beneath the pillow on the bed.
Alright. The core will give the book a cursory look to make sure it's not warded with anything. He
Okay.
doesn't think it is, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious.
Okay. You know the song and dance by now.
I'll roll these checks for the most inconsequential things that I don't think are going to be trapped. But for the important things, I'll roll badly.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong. This seems very benign. There's not even a lock on
it. Yep. It's not a matter of me thinking, or rather, it's not a matter of core thinking that Precious did something. It's a matter of core thinking that someone did something else.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll give a cursory glance at it, and then pick it up and begin flipping to the last entry.
Okay. You flutter through the pages, getting about 60% of the way through this book before finding the last entry. It's short, only about a paragraph long. It is dated. Pull up the calendar. It is dated 11 days ago, on the 20th of the month. And in Precious's very clean, curved handwriting, you see the following entry. I've grown increasingly worried that there is something amiss in the city, more than what is already currently amiss. There seems to be a dark shadow following me, and I think it is something greater and more dangerous than just a thug or a thief. I will have to report this to the clergy. And that is where it ends.
Court reads it out loud. Before I think commenting. You know, I never knew that she had some pretty handwriting.
It's very.
Well, what do you want to do now?
Well, this is dated 11 days ago, so I'm going to give Abba, credit where credit is due. He said 10 days. That's pretty spot on. Seems like there's nothing more to do here. I know which clergy she's probably gone to. So, unless something suddenly happened since the last time I've seen them, I think we should probably head there.
Wait, could we potentially have Yelena send a message? Maybe see if we can get into contact her with her?
I don't have a likeness of them.
You could
Does she have any
attempt.
photos in the house of herself?
No, because photos
Okay.
aren't a thing.
I don't know. It's magic world. I
No,
don't know
yeah,
if you had
it's
magic
fair,
photos or not.
But no, everything is still paintings.
Yeah.
And it would be very self-absorbed to have a painting of yourself as a clergy member inside your home.
You need to get the sodium bromide from the two-headed dragon in Bloodstained, so that you can make your train pass, even though this is the 17th century.
That being said, if Cora, if you want to just try to spend like a non too small amount of time, like 15-20 minutes, describing to Yelena a physical description and then telling Yelena a bit about Precious, it could provide enough information for the spell to try to find its way to her.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and this is going to be a little specific. Core's understanding of Precious and how they met them was through the slave rings of the city and everything like that. When they advertise these things, because these things are done openly, are there like likenesses of the people who are being sold put out like anywhere as like, you know, potential previews of what could be bought, basically, like like face sketches or whatever?
So the only ones that get visual imagery are the ones that are expected to sell for the most. In the instance of Precious, when it came up, she was not highly sought after. So she was only afforded a physical description.
Okay.
Good question.
Okay, so there's a physical description of those. Are those okay? Well, Core's got to take some of his memory of what he remembers reading off of that, and then he's also going to try to, like, look to Yelena. He's gonna say, "I'm gonna try to do my best with this. I don't know if you feel like doing it, but I figure it's worth a shot if Haba thinks it's worth the attempt."
I don't know if it's gonna work, but you never know.
I
Could
can
give us a
try.
lot more information if it ends up working out.
Sorry to exhaust you like that. I know you might need it later, but Cora does decide that he's just going to begin giving as detailed a description as he can, and he's not going to skip out on any of the details if he can help it.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll like an ability check for this?
Just roll an intelligence check. Again, this is a friend. So it's not a matter of like, oh, you suddenly have amnesia of them, you don't know what they look like. This is more going to inform the spell's ability to try to contact them. Really good.
I rolled about as good as I'm going to do with that proficiency.
Yeah, real good actually. Okay,
And then
so
I think Core even gets like innocuous details about them that maybe are even a little surprising about like Candace. Maybe Candace is filling in some of the smaller details by or some of the more larger details by Core's just going on about some of the more innocuous things. Like little quirks or little things that they do or whatever, or just small things like the type of like earrings they wear, if they wear earrings at all.
the way they lace their boots.
Something like that. That sounds like Core.
Yeah. There's a lot of little details. And you kind of stand around in this the small bedroom with Candace going back and forth, and you all get a pretty decent idea of Precious Veil, and you even kind of get an idea as to the name, why it is what it is, which is Tabaxi typically have names that tell a part of their history or their story or of themselves. Sometimes it's generational, like there's almost a running theme in the family, if you will. Precious Veil received her name due to the pattern of her fur, which is a dark, almost midnight black fur tone with these ringed silver spots, with a slash of silver fur going across the mouth and nose, almost like they were constantly wearing a veil of silver. The name was given to them after they were purchased out of slavery by Claire. Otherwise, Veil Precious is a very happy, very helpful, very loving individual. That is what you'd expect a member of the Mother's Clergy to be. Very generous, very thoughtful, willing to dedicate their time and service to anyone that's in need, regardless of their status or station in life. Yelena, do you want to do ascending?
Yeah, we'll give it a try.
Okay. Let's see if the spell works. Roll a D100. Hang on. I didn't think I'd actually have to.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. What do you want your message to say?
Precious, I am a friend of Core and Candace. They're looking for you. Can you give us any details about where you've gone?
You don't get anything back for a moment. And then you begin to hear a voice in your head. I am uncertain where I am, but I am not in welcome company. And then it is very obvious something abrupt and harsh breaks this connection.
Hello?
Oh, it's the phone.
Oh. All right,
Or are you trying to call Precious?
Where is she?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I cut out there or you cut out there.
Where is she?
If you let her go, that will be the end of it. But if you do not let her go, I will find you, I will hunt you down, and then I will explode a grenade in my face.
The message is very suddenly severed, obviously forcefully done. There's a ringing in your ears. And then all of you hear a voice from the other room. Come on out so we may talk. Seems as if you would like to strike a deal. And when you exit the small bedroom, down the hallway and go back into the living space, you see sitting on the couch a pale-skinned man with dark, jet black hair, about shoulder length, combed off to the sides, a bright purple vest, a black long-sleeve shirt, black slacks, and polished purple shoes. He sits there, and you see in his hand is a deck of cards that he's shuffling with great elegance and dexterity. seems as if you finally arrived.
And you are.
You may call me the dealer.
It's a real subtle name.
I was going for obvious. But perhaps what isn't obvious is who I represent. It takes some of you mortals a little catching up before you realize exactly what kind of trouble you're in. Unfortunately, you happen to be the unlucky ones of some sort of cosmic force that decided, well, your life needed to be just a little bit more hectic than normal. I am a dealer for the god of chaos, Abanus.
Uh-huh.
Your friend who lived here, the one precious veil, is in my possession currently. However, they are well. They're being treated well. They're being fed and given drink and luxuries that you can only imagine. But this was done because, well, sometimes there is a purpose behind chaos. You, and he looks at you, Cor, but then eventually his purple eyes will kind of glance around to the rest of the party, have made a significant enemy. So in fact, you've made two significant enemies, both of which have something Abanus wants. And if you can acquire either of the items we want from them, Precious may be returned to you. Unless, of course, you would prefer just to play a game and take your chance at that.
What would you want, and what makes you think that we're capable of even getting it?
Well, the universe has a funny way of when a precocious bunch of previous ne'er-do-wells, such as yourself, come together with a common goal.
Funny how? Like a clown? Do I make you laugh?
You in particular? Yes. That you sometimes manage to beat the odds and overcome against great adversity. Both Constamon, the wizard, and his patron, the greasy, round blubberball of a man, Plagueor, are in possession of a playing card each. You're going to acquire one of them. Precious would be returned to you.
And, what is this, playing card? Some kind of buyer's remorse? Seller's remorse?
No. A collector's ambition, if you will. We have a growing collection. We'd like to add it to it.
As a quick aside,
Mhm.
what do I know about Abanus?
Religion
Yeah,
check?
honestly, you probably should also make that roll.
Yeah, I'll take a blanketing religion check from whoever wants to drop one.
I'm not proficient.
clearly the dragon that's in my head now will tell me all I need to know.
I can drop a roll 2 if you want.
Yeah, like I said, I'll take one from everybody. Whoever wants to drop a religion check for this, I'll take it. This is a big name. So.
I don't have any of my stuff open at the moment.
Come on,
I'm not
Greg.
sure if,
Come on,
like,
Greg, get it.
the
There it is.
No,
I'm not sure.
Wait. There's a fifth.
please tell me Arrow is like, oh my god.
Nero's just like, I worship that dude. He's sweet.
Sick.
He beat me up, and it was the awesomest thing that I've ever done.
That is very, very funny.
I just want Nero to spew the exposition.
All right.
What does Nero know about it?
Yeah, we're hang on for one hot second. Quinn, you were saying something?
It's just, well, I'm not sure if like the information in the document that details them is like basic public knowledge or.
Yeah, if you rolled a 10, you basically know most of that stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
It's pretty generic.
Now I gotta look at the setting stuff for this.
He's the super powerful dragon that could kick all the other gods' asses.
TLDR, basically. I'll just give you the brief overview. Back during the Great War, when gods fought young gods, and dragons were created to help destroy and eliminate the mortal race. Abanus, when the war started turning in the favor of the young gods, betrayed his other draconic brothers and sisters by abandoning them during their last stand, and instead enacting a ritual that allowed him to ascend into godhood, thus more or less dodging the bullet, if you will. However, being the first black dragon in existence, he was incredibly powerful. And he was already a contest for fighting multiple gods. Ascending, and then taking the portfolio of Chaos, a previously unclaimed portfolio, gave him immeasurable power, to the point that it would require, hypothetically speaking, because no one really knows, the entire rest of the Pantheon to even contest it. That's why he's stayed in the seat as he has. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you roll above 10, that's the general gist of Abanus. As for Nero, we're gonna get a little obscure about why he knows this, but it makes a ton of sense. As a restaurant worker, when you're taking a break, it's pretty common for you to go into the back of the restaurant where it's a little cooler, and sometimes to shoot the breeze with some of the other workers. Well, one time Nero found himself back there by himself, and this guy stumbled into the alleyway, mumbling a bunch of nonsense. And he began to go on a tirade about how he just left a tavern not too far away where he was transported to another plane of existence and forced to play a game of cards with 4 other people. And that he was the winner. But it also cost him everything. And he explains essentially the process of how it happened. He walked in. There was an individual sitting in the corner that looked like they were wearing a heavy dark cloak and a hat that was obscuring their face. He was sitting in his seat, so he went to go ask him if he would politely move. And when he did, the whole facade fell apart, and it was just a broomstick wearing a hat and a cloak. And when it happened, there was a laughing sound, and him and everyone in the tavern were transported to a place of blackness, where they were sitting around a card table, and an individual dressed in a black slacks, shirt, and a purple vest offered to play a game with them. And if they won, they could ask for any one thing in the whole universe for them to have. And they played a game of poker. Simple as that. And he won. Except when the others lost, he watched as they descended into madness. some mutilating themselves, others running off into the dark and never being seen. And by the end of it, the only thing he wanted was to get out. And so his wish was granted. And he was kicked out the tavern door, and that's when he stumbled into the alley. Up until this exact point, Nero thought it was mostly nonsense. But this seems far too coincidental to not be true anymore.
I was almost going to say he believes him. Like, look, my existence hinges on being thrown into a demi-plane of, into another plane of reality.
That's fair. He probably found the one right person in the city to do that too.
Yeah.
You're right.
He's sort of like, yeah, that sucks, bro.
Oh, you too.
Yeah. I was split in the half, but not like a good half. Like now I'm kind of just part of a person. 1,000-yard stare.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So that's what Nero knows.
Yeah. Yeah, he will relay this information to the rest.
I assure you it's true. Or do you think I just spent all this time cleverly sneaking into the apartment so I could sit on the couch, surprise you at an opportune moment when you magically sense a spell to a creature on another plane of existence?
And that is pretty chaotic. How is that couch, by the way?
A little stiff.
Hmm.
I think Core just takes measure of everybody in the room at the moment. Chorus is going to say, if your master's so powerful, why don't they just get the cards themselves?
Always like
What did I
mortals, they
say?
ask more questions than they need information for. Fine. I'll give you this one for free. These cards, gods cannot touch.
Uh-huh.
I assume that there's a good reason for that.
Well, I could tell you more, but if you want anything else out of me, you'd have to earn it.
Out of character.
Mhm.
What are we thinking?
I mean,
Because I have an idea of what Core wants to do, but it's very reckless.
well, first off, hit me with that, because if it's wild enough, I'm going to be down for it.
Well, first off, screw the Black Dragon and everything they represent.
Tired of chaos. I want some damn order.
Well, more like, cool. I mean, they just told us about these cards. To me, this basically is just saying, well, we know about the cards now, so if they're really that valuable, that means that other entities might be going for them too, and it would probably be better if they were in the hands of another deific power that could possibly contest the Black Dragon.
Yes, the Chaos Gremlin in me says, yes, let's collect all the Deck of Many Things cards for the Black Dragon Chaos God.
let's turn this campaign literally into cool. You upset Core by abducting his friend, and now the entire campaign is centering around killing the Black Dragon.
You could certainly try.
Finally, I have a use for this sword I put on layaway.
Swings
once and then gets incinerated.
I mean, that could be how it goes. You never know.
It is the size of a mountain range in the base.
I can't believe the Black Dragon followed me from ruins all the way to this campaign now.
He did it. He's here to just throw you in the trunk and leave.
He's here to take back the regeneration ring. I knew it.
I feel like there's one problem with this plan, and it's that this isn't like the most powerful deity. This is the deity that is so powerful that if all the other deities teamed up to fight him, they probably still wouldn't win.
Well, look, I don't really have much of a thing here. It's a thing because you either have to take a gamble on playing a card thing, and I only have 2 points of inspiration, so I don't have another one I can burn through because I wasn't expecting to be confronted with this unless I literally just grabbed Haba and Nero and be like, play cards for me. You're my representation. Or be do the bidding of this very evil, extremely powerful entity who wants this to be his dancing monkey.
Or, I have a better suggestion.
Uh-huh.
I do what bards do, and I seduce the dragon.
I'm shaking my head right now.
Look, I wasn't going to suggest it, but we all have really high charisma.
I'm down for the boys to play some cards.
Estelle is just like, okay, but what if I just sleep with you instead? And she's like, yeah, that'll work.
Exactly. You understand. Look, there was a dragon, Sam Brain go burr dragon. So, this is my plan. What else you got?
I'm down to play some cards.
I'm okay to play some cards. All right, well, it's very, very high stakes, so...
we can lay the dragon later, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, literally, I really hope that he's like... I really hope the situation goes something to the situation like this. Like, yeah, Core's just like, yeah, but I get to pick the game. And he's like, what game could you possibly want to play? I want to play Super Bowl. And then Core proceeds to explain the rules that it's just Calvin Ball.
As long as I'm promised that I can seduce the dragon, I am okay with this plan.
Look, you can.
You guys already have one. You guys already have one in the party. Like, come on.
Yeah. He's in the little rock.
If Estelle wants to sleep with the chaotic evil dragon, that's fine. You do you.
You can certainly try.
I'm not going to be the one to stand in her way.
I am not going to stand in the way of any of Estelle's conquests. Okay, so,
I don't think Core possibly could.
He's not tall enough.
Is that a short joke?
It is, and I can't get angry in character or out of character because my voice is very weak at the moment. But know that he's angry.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been informed we can bully Don all we want right now.
Why would you do this? Don't be like my conversation I just had with the person who left the house, where they just started talking over him. Just like, I can't argue with you at the moment because I don't have the capability of doing it. So you win this one.
So I had a funny idea for using a fate die if we're gonna play cards. How do you guys feel about third time's the charm of getting this dude back here to play some more cards?
So you're gonna pit the god of luck against the god of chaos.
I think that'd be really funny.
I
think he'd be up for it too. I think he'd get a good crack out of it.
I think that'd be really. I think that'd be really funny too.
That seems like something he'd be really into.
All right. I think Core's gonna look at Candace and just be like, "What are you thinking?"
I think I'm way in over my head at this particular point. And any given instance of chaos ever showing up anywhere is usually the sign that you should run. But they have Precious.
You know what? What's one more bad decision? I think there's like a moment here of collective silence because out of character we're all agreeing to this. I think Core will be the one who looks towards him and says, "Okay, well, I guess we're playing."
Well, then two important things. One, the stakes. What do you want to play for?
Well, I think the terms of this are pretty clear. Unless I'm mistaken. And I think Core looks around everybody here to make sure that this is, what everyone wants. Precious Dale is returned to us alive and well.
Mhm.
No worse for wear as they were before you whisked them away to your I don't know what you would call it.
Extra planner spa.
Shadow Realm.
It is perhaps a little darker than normal, yes. That being said, as for our side of the wager,
Okay.
it could be many things. It could be we enter a contractual agreement that you go fetch one or both of these cards for us. Or it could be as simple as, if you lose, I just take one of your souls.
Oh,
Well, there's plenty of souls to take from the twins.
they both look at you horrified, like, what?
That's actually more of a 2-for-1 deal.
That's really
there's
mean.
not two souls there. So.
Out of character, I just wanted to basically be like, I take one of your souls, and Core just like immediately, as soon as he loses, he just opens up, he just takes his shoe off and just takes out the sole of his shoe, just throws it on the floor, just stares.
Well,
at
there
them and
you
be like,
go.
all right, take it.
You didn't specify what kind of soul.
As we agreed.
That would work great on a Fae.
Yes.
Yeah, but this isn't a Fae. This is a dragon,
Yeah.
so it's
No, it's
probably
not.
one of those things where even the meaning doesn't really matter. They could probably go back on the word. And
No.
Core says, so is this in your master's interest or is this in your interest?
One more addendum, possibly. Out of character question, real quick. Are we able to use inspiration to reroll fate die? I don't believe so.
No, you cannot.
We,
I didn't think so.
yeah,
one
we
and
can't
done.
use it.
Yep. I feel like we're missing a player. 6 just doesn't seem very lucky. Maybe 7? And we're gonna try and roll that. See if we can get our God of Luck interested in a card game.
I think when you
very high
say
stake.
that, Core just like literally looks at you and just says something to the effect of like, have you lost
No,
your mind?
Yeah, I have. Watch,
mean,
that's where like the 100 comes out and it's just like, oh, he's super down for this.
I would roll a d100 too if I could, because I also really want this.
Well, the 22 doesn't fly.
Yelena, do you want to help a homie out?
Are we all rolling fate dice now?
If you guys all want to
You
roll
don't
for the
have
same
to.
goal, you're more than welcome to, but that was specifically a Greg thing. If you want to
Yeah.
piggyback on this because you also like Greg's idea, by all means do it. Just realize you guys are
Mhm.
locking yourself into something here.
Look, I'm all for having the party collectively make bad decisions. As Frey says, a house divided amongst itself cannot stand. So I'm gonna throw my lot in with Greg.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, here we
well,
go.
Anyway, here we go. Here's your mistake. Here's where everything comes cascading down all at once.
One.
This has already been a really bad month, so let's just make it worse.
Oh.
That's you do realize the reason why this dude's even sitting here on this couch right now is because you rolled a 1 earlier in the campaign, right? So this was very risky of you.
Yeah, no, I felt it.
Anybody
Oh,
else?
thank God. Nope. I think that's a good enough
Oh yeah,
roll.
is this where we stay?
Yes.
Don't want to chance chaos any further.
Nope.
Hang on.
A third god shows up. Yo, we're playing poker. It's poker night. No one told me. How's it going, guys?
Hang on, I've got a meme for this. Core just looks at this, and then a portal isekais him to a mysterious realm, and it just becomes, "I'm here to kill chaos." Chaos.
Let's roll another set of fate die to see if the fish devil gets in the ear. He hears about gambling, and he's just like, I gotta be there.
He bursts through the wall like Kool-Aid Man.
Yep.
I literally think that Core just thinks that you're going on about the fish devil, considering the card game that you just had with him, and you're like, yeah, I think we need a 6. And Core's like, what are you going on about? Have you lost your mind? I think I have. It's like, yeah, there's no way we're getting the fish devil involved with this. Are you kidding me? That's insane.
I've got a ringer.
Clearly, I just need to
Gotta be here.
and summon Candle Roar and just have them try to usurp the throne of godhood.
Mm-hmm. Just have a dragon sitting in here. Before we get to that,
Rachel's not gonna be happy with how much we tear up their apartment. Yeah,
but don't worry,
sorry.
I've got the number. I realized what's been rolled. I'm considering. But before we get to that, despite your wonderful one-liner, nothing immediately seems to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, stakes. What would you like to set? Would you like to be put into service to a Banus? Would you just like for your life to come to a short and abrupt end? Painlessly, of course. Soul's value is quite high after all, and this would be a one-for-one exchange if we were to return your friend.
I want to make this interesting. I think Core actually begins contemplating this a bit seriously.
Yeah, he sits there very comfortably on the couch, not pressuring you at all. And while you also consider the game you'd like to play. It does not have to just be cards. And the shuffling hands will sleight a hand, the deck he's been playing with, and they'll vanish, and he'll have a series of coins flipping between his fingers. And then when the coins reach the end of his hand, he'll palm them back and vanishing, and he'll produce a set of darts that he begins juggling.
We force him into a Shokugeki against the twins. Make your best creme brulee.
This is when we're just like sitting here being like, "Want to play Settlers of Catan?"
And then a set of dice appears.
Nobody wants to trade with them. Everybody just resource deprives them. Dyer, can
Mhm.
I roll a intelligence check to think of interesting stakes?
Okay.
Maybe based off of stories that Core might have heard or something about this. About, like, proverbial deals with the devil.
Sure. I will aid to the best of my abilities.
Sure.
Um, you're speaking to somebody who is an agent to arguably the most powerful god in the pantheon. It is unknown exactly the limits of what their power can do. There is a world in which you can pretty much ask for just about anything. The trick is trying to figure out a way that is also enticing. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky.
I'm trying to think of a stake here that even if I lose, someone gets something out of it. Even if it's very indirect.
You just give up your memory of Claire. You don't remember anything about her.
Nah, that would
Or
be.
why she's so important to you. If you lose. Just really give some trauma to Dawn and Core.
Actually, it would fix part of Core's trauma.
Oh yeah, no, it would fix a lot, but out of character it'd be like a horrifying concept.
You give up your memory of Precious. That way, if you win, you get Precious back. If you lose, who's Precious?
Why do I care about this person?
No, it's more like, what person?
Mm-hmm.
That's hard. That's real hard. I don't know if I can actually give you an answer for that one. I think that relies purely on any of you players having a clever idea.
Out of character, anybody have any ideas on this?
Yeah. Again, collectively talk about it. That's fine. This is
Yeah,
this is a big one. Like, you guys can workshop this one.
The simple thing would be the wager being, if we lose, we promise to
Take the
collect one of the cards.
Yeah. Yes, but the dramatic in me says, what if we did put someone's soul on the line, though?
Or all of your souls.
The TPK over a game of poker.
I think because it was his idea, it should be his soul only.
One of the twins?
No,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
both of you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Greg's soul.
Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg's soul.
Gonna reach my arm through the computer screen and grab Greg's soul.
Just gonna have it in a little jar on your desk.
Yep, one of my
Glows at
favorite
night.
D&D memories.
Yep. If you shake it, it lets out a little yelp, and then it glows brighter. It's like a little night light you can have.
A single strand from each of our fiery hairs.
Now, if you were talking
Except
to a
the blonde
witch,
one, right? Because I think there's only one blonde one out of all.
yeah, everyone else has red hair, even Candace.
Trying to decide.
Yeah. Y'all really would do well with a fae. It's a shame
Yeah.
that this is really not a fae.
Yeah.
I mean, if I really wanted to go, the hardball with this and just forgo Precious, Core would probably literally ask him to, basically, like, if I win, I want you to stop doing what you basically do, which is being a deal maker, or being a dealer, basically. But we're not about that. We need to get Precious back.
like. Hmm. Uh,
I want that God's hand in marriage.
Um,
oh,
I mean, if you really want that to be the stake here, of like, what do you get at that? It's like, yeah, no, Estelle will marry you.
yeah.
If he loses, I get to be a god. Or at least the wife of one.
Estelle is like, if I lose, I will marry your god.
That too.
Yeah.
It's a win-win on
for-
my end, is
yeah.
all I'm saying.
I mean, you're gonna have to be the one who says that, because there's no way Core would ever realistically make that wager.
Oh, I'll do it.
Um,
You think I'm playing? I'll say it. I'm gonna be caught on 4K right now. I'll do it.
Yeah, I think that like what it really boils down to is to how badly do we not want to collect those cards for him, or how badly do we want to do something else? Like,
Can't wait to find out that they're actually just like collectible trading cards.
yeah,
It's
God,
just
sick was a
it's,
secret rare.
That is a thing in this setting, by the way. There are hero and villain collectible trading cards that exist.
I literally just want it to be the deadly premonition thing.
You know, if you need time to think, I can just come back later.
Core is just gonna say, why don't we make some tea?
You're more than welcome to spend all the time in the world. You can summon me back whenever you need to.
Yeah.
No, let's just think about this for like maybe a little bit, since
Yeah.
I mean, we know where they are now, so like I don't have to worry about them being, no. Doesn't sound like you're actively hurting them, even though you've taken them against their will and put them in your
Spa.
Is it though?
Yes.
Core just says as he starts. He's just gonna start brewing tea.
I assume that you're only going to accept offers that seem at least somewhat even in trade for what we want.
Yes.
I mean, I think my hand in marriage would be pretty fair. And even.
You're really not my type.
Okay.
Although don't feel offended. You're not the first person that I've had to turn down.
Full offense taken.
Well, I could wipe your memory of that if you prefer to live in a reality where you think you could still potentially sleep with a dealer.
It's not the dealer aspect that's got me intrigued, that's for sure.
Well, if it's the God of Chaos aspect, you have even less chance.
Also not on the top of my priority list.
I don't know what you're looking for then.
She smiles sheepishly and gives him the wiggly eyebrows.
Yes, but who is your target in all of this? That's what I can't fathom.
Oh, I think I'll keep that to myself.
Well, then I cannot help you.
She just smiles.
Assuming if I offered myself, you'd end up taking Haba as well, wouldn't you?
Yes. Because as it stands, neither of you are a complete person.
Right.
Just like, funnily enough, if I were to take
Yeah.
the giantess over there, she would count as 2.
Oh yeah, wait, we could just offer up the demon. You just
just take it.
yeah.
We don't
Estella
really-
just loses their magic on the spot.
Wait, who? Oh, wait, they were referring to me?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, you got 2 souls in you. You got your buddy in there.
She just goes,
Just
"I'm
offer
not
him
pregnant."
up. No, we're not talking about that. Yeah, I don't think they brought that up in character. That
No, in
But yeah.
character, the only person that should even have an inkling
Yeah,
is Yelena.
It's like
No
Yelena,
one else
yeah.
knows.
yeah.
Yeah.
With kind of side eyes Estella as this dealer calls her the camera.
I mean, Cora's going to literally be. I think Cora's literally going to like look at Estella and be like, "Yeah, listen, there's no need to be rude. I know she's big, but she's hardly 2 people."
Thank you, Core. Sheesh.
So they
That was funny.
die if you were off and lost, right? What does he want to do with that soul if he gets it? So I'm assuming that's not just going to be the end of it for whoever gets X.
How do I put this simply? It would not come as a surprise that an almighty, powerful, and chaotic dragon god does not like mortals. Your soul would be taken, and then the personality imprinted upon it would be obliterated, and then your energy would just be added to his. That's it. Completely painless. You just cease to exist as you ever were.
It's kind of gross.
Also, that being said, the dragon soul that is in your possession, I would also. You all actually have quite a few interesting offerings.
I think that's, yeah. Personally, I think the easiest way is if we just take the gather a card route. But, yeah. Again, do you guys want to gather cards? Or do you want to get a little bit more risque with it?
I mean, the only thing I would basically say is the only way stipulation I would basically say is if we lose, we get both cards, but you have to give but you still have to abide by that end of the bargain. Basically, is we'll do what you want, but
I don't think we have to offer to get both cards.
Yeah.
yeah,
He did say one or the other, or one or both.
yeah. But I'm just trying to basically be like, yeah, no, we still need to get Precious back.
And in a collective blink, there is suddenly another person standing in the room. Kind of arriving from near the entryway. A golden-haired individual, eyes like pools of molten gold. Except, unlike the last time you saw him, especially Habanero, who have really only ever seen him in passing glances when he's sort of appeared to help. This Tyrek is dressed very differently from the times you've observed. This one is garbed in a series of blue and gold trimmed robes. And underneath you can see there is a set of armor, half plate, that has been beaten and worn to extreme levels. And strapped to a hip is a sword. A beautiful, shimmering gold and platinum rapier. And he just kind of stands there. Alright, so which one of you summoned me?
Core, I think at this looks a little exasperated, and he just said, "Okay, who the hell is this?"
Tyrek! I don't think that was me. Or Or us.
What?
That's 17. Yeah.
Core just stares.
What? So was like the in character thing of Core? Like I feel like it's just like as if Core like Tyrek would show up, and then he's like, "Oh, yep, that's my cue." Just like a sarcastic.
Can I try to get a read on the dealer's reaction to this turn of events?
Sure, make an insight check.
Somehow doubt I'll get much from a being like this, but nope.
Oh,
Me-
yeah, that's a big
I
no.
mean, maybe I'm also gonna do the same, but like Core's not very good at inciting either. Oh wait, never mind. It's actually something he's proficient in.
The only thing you see from the dealer is a look where his eyes dart over to Tyrek and then between the twins. And then they sort of go back to a neutral position.
For a game of cards, Tyrek.
Well, not even necessarily a game of cards, just a game of chance.
Yeah, just a game of chance of luck.
And who is the charlatan that is trying to do this? His eyes land on the dealer.
No one big, just a dealer
So,
for the god of chaos.
is it Tyrek? Is it Tyrek?
Yes, Tyrek.
Yep.
One of the two twins of luck.
Why do I feel like this isn't a coincidence?
Because nothing is really coincidence. That being said, forgive me, I'm a little bit behind the times. God of Chaos, right, that scaly black dragon that fled, right. One of his envoys, then. Lovely. Would you like for me to kill him?
I mean, I need my friend back because apparently I'm just pissing in everyone's eye today.
Hmm.
No, we need we could use some help. In a game of cards. Or not cards, just game of chance.
You do realize that he and I are completely incompatible, right?
Look, I didn't ask for any of this or anything, but I came here to check on my friend Princess Vale, and she's been whisked away to some magical shadow spa, and now I'm being coerced to do something. And I'm being given an option of do this thing or play a game.
You mean your guys are incompatible? I mean, luck and chaos kind of go hand in hand.
That is what most mortals believe, yeah. It isn't
Fate
true.
and chaos, though.
Contrary to what many believe, luck has laws. Chaos does not.
So you're not able to really help.
I could make sure he doesn't cheat if you do decide to play a game. I can make sure he doesn't harm any of you, if that's what you prefer. Of course, within the stakes you decide to set.
But you won't be playing, I'm guessing.
It would be no different for me or you playing at this particular instance.
Add a character. I almost want to basically make like 4 different stakes and basically be like, yeah, no, sure, we'll all wipe. Everybody just take your soul. Everybody gets something out of this. Otherwise, the campaign ends.
No, I was gonna say, my thing was like, if he was like reluctant to play, I was like, okay, so we're gonna offer our soul, and we know you already have some stakes on that, so get in here.
Are you guys trying to play Russian roulette right now?
I mean, I do have a gun.
All right, who knew the campaign would end today on session 24? All right, let's go.
Core literally just pulls out a gun and is just like, Persona!
Yelita's gonna look towards Tyrek and speak up and just say, do you happen to know anything about the cards that they're after?
Yes. Good to know that it is Chaos that's seeking the other ones. Well,
They're reluctant to share with us any details, but perhaps you'd be willing to.
you're not the first group of mortals I've run into recently looking for these. And he'll pull from a pouch on his side a small deck of cards, about a stack of 15 or so. And he'll kind of shuffle them and then fan them out. And on the reverse sides, you can see various different depictions of entities, of beings. And written in fine script at the bottoms, you can tell there are names. Well, since he is unwilling to share, I'll be more than happy to pass this along, given that this is going to become quite contentious, and if you people are anybody of importance, you might be able to help shift some of the weight of the universe at some point. These, he fans the cards and then stacks them back together in a deck and pouches them once again, are cards that belong to various gods that once existed. Now, the important thing to note is that every god has a card. When they become a god, when they ascend, there was a cosmic law that was put into place by the youngest of gods that they put energy into a card, so should the god go off the rails, the card can be used to contain them. However, there's a rule that no other gods can touch other gods' cards. It requires the master of the deck to seek, find, and use the card should a time arise. But there's this weird gray area for cards and title bearers that don't exist any further. And currently there's a race to see who can collect more.
Yeah, so really bad, actually, if he gets cards.
Incredibly bad.
Yeah.
End of organized civilization as you know it. Bad.
What kind of power do these cards have in mortal hands?
They would bestow upon them the respective powers of the title bearer that they once represented. Assuming you can contain that much power.
So, what,
I don't want God of Chaos getting that out of... Yeah.
Do you know which card Constamon has?
yeah, also the fatty.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with a Constamon and a, as you refer, fatty. Still refamiliarizing myself with people in this time.
She'll look at the dealer. I don't suppose you'd be willing to share since the cat's out of the bag already.
No, I'm not allowed to unless you want to play for the information.
You know, you're like my, worst, childhood fantasy come to life, where some shady person in an alley comes up to me while I'm playing a game of jacks, and you, make it the most ridiculously high-stakes game ever.
Would you like to play Jax? We could do that.
And Core just narrows his eyes, and he's just like, I could kick your ass. He's like, little do you know, all I've done with my mortal life is play Jax.
You spent time reading, I spent time mastering the Jax.
Jax wins. That would be really funny. So what are you gonna do? I'm gonna roll sleight of hand.
Out of character. Have we thought anything up? Because if not, I was thinking maybe offering the twin soul as our stake.
You guys really don't want to run errands for Banus, huh?
No, I'm not.
Not if
anyone's-
he's getting the equivalent of like a god's power.
Also,
We do this.
I would rather have Core would rather put a bullet in his head than be a Banus's lackey.
That's fair.
Yeah, like what the heck? What do we
Would you
Like-
like to work for me, Satan?
You know, you
Like,
also
what
could just
would
not take anything. You just cost you the life of your friend.
Yeah, no.
I stake the soul of GM parentheses CJ parentheses.
I stake the soul of Constamon.
Joke's on you, already have that soul.
Oh.
Oh,
Oof.
but yeah.
Loser. What a loser he lost the game.
Estella, Estella doesn't gain anything from helping this guy.
Core, how much does this friend mean to you?
I mean, Precious means as much to me as any of you do. And if the burden of this is gonna fall on me, fall on any of us, I would rather it be me.
Core, you've had to deal with enough stuff.
You know what? No. The universe says I haven't. So,
Would you like just to flip a coin and get it over with?
No.
I would rather play Jax.
Yeah.
Core, I think, pauses. Add a character. I'm thinking literally two ways with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We literally make this Russian roulette, or we with the stakes literally being core betting. You know what? Yeah, no, I like this callback. I'll do a campaign callback. Core will go into will bet his servitude to this entity. With some type of stipulation. I'm just trying to think of like what I want to do with this.
Core, I don't want to serve the devil. Also, Core, I'm gonna serve the devil if I lose.
Yeah. I think Core will just offer to take Precious's place, basically. I think that's probably the most even trade, because at that point he's, you know, I mean, anything could happen with that. He could just be in a spot for the remainder of his existence.
Soul for a soul.
If out of character, that's okay with people.
I mean, it do be your soul.
Yeah,
So-
if we lose Core, we lose all of our detective power. All of.
I'm just letting you know right now. If you, I know who my two characters on my backup list are going to be. So I'm just gonna let you know that Greg, you're probably going to be playing the only male character if Core goes. So
Well, let's try not to let that happen.
yeah, well, yeah, we're trying to do our best. So,
Yes, but is the new character a redhead?
um,
It can be.
So you count shades of pink as red.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at Hoppa.
Okay, then potentially.
Then Cora's got to go.
Okay. Wow. Okay. See how it is.
And just like that, this game was rigged.
Where's that Benny meme from Fallout New Vegas?
Actually, yeah.
What in the god? Wait, hang on. I've got this. It's the game was rigged from the start, Jimbo. This is all just this game has just turned into just a bunch of Hugh Neutron memes.
Yeah. But yeah.
All right. So I think Cora will say, all right. If we win, you get Precious back alive and well, as they were. No ifs, ands, or buts. If I lose, I take her place. I think that seems fair.
Yeah, a 1-for-1 exchange. Relatively boring, but sure, why not?
Sometimes you gotta stick with the more, I guess, vanilla things. There's nothing wrong with that. Flavor's a flavor, you know?
And what game would you like to play to stake your soul?
I think I like your, I think I like your offer. I think I like your offer of Jax.
Here, do you mind just making sure this is all done fairly? No,
Yes,
no
I
cheating.
will. I will watch.
Thanks.
He sidles up next to the table. The dealer gives him a smile. And I can assure you, this would not be sanctified by chaos if I was cheating.
Oh, by the way, because I think it goes without saying here.
Yeah, you've been in the room a while.
I don't know how many of these I can get, but let's do dexterity score in comparison to I'm trying to think at the moment.
Scrolling through your gigantic list.
Yeah, I'm seeing who has the highest dexterity score out of everybody here. I don't know who has a 20 in it.
Yeah,
Probably
you do.
Yelena. I do not. I have an
Oh.
18.
Oh, never mind.
Dexterity score in comparison to Yelena. Well, we'll call this guy the dealer.
Inferior.
Because this also includes proficiency now. Proficiency score comparable to trying to see who I actually have here. Because I have to go with who I have, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You have to compare them to somebody you've compared in the past.
Star.
Efficiency?
Yeah.
Superior.
I'll assume that giving Core an edge in this game using magic is probably against the rules.
Cheating is against the rule. It goes against the tenets of chaos.
What constitutes cheating? I would assume
Jax is a fairly simple game. You've been playing it since your childhood.
Mhm.
Well, then you know the rules. Anything
And,
outside of that basic premise would be considered cheating.
all right. Out of character sounds like magic is a go then, because Jax is just a basic game of, you know, ball bounce grab.
Mhm.
Um,
Entirely up to you.
I think Core is going to stipulate this. No magic. We work entirely with mortal limitations. Otherwise, how am I supposed to compete with that? You could just do some crazy nonsense like, I don't know, stopping time or whatever.
Agreed.
Well, what do you think? You're here. You seem like you'd be a good arbiter. Good judge of this. Core looks towards Tarek.
I think it is foolish for you to play a game in which you will exchange your soul with a person that is willing to bargain with one. I think it'd be better to take the original offer to go acquire the cards, because it does not have a time limit set on it, in which you could spend plenty of time playing and planning to double cross them. It would be easier.
Yeah. But what do I do about my friend then? Do I just leave them in limbo?
For the time being, that would have to be the sacrifice you'd be willing to make.
I ain't willing to make it.
Well, then here you are.
Uh-huh. But I meant more about the rules that we're setting.
They seem fine. If you allow magic to be used on either participant, it is almost certainly guaranteed the dealer will have an edge.
A brief out of character question, because I'm realizing this for the first time ever. Nothing in Bardic Inspiration says it's magical.
It isn't.
No, it isn't.
It is definitively not magical. At the
Cutting
very
words
least, that's how I'm ruling it at my table.
Cutting words is also not magical,
Mm-hmm.
which is really funny. I know
You
you're not
literally
that
just
far,
hurt their
but-
feelings.
Yeah, I kind of always assumed it was.
No. You could use it in anti-magic.
Yeah, Yelena's just gonna lean down and whisper in encouraging words to Core then.
Cora is gonna take off his necklace, and he is gonna pass it off to Candace.
You'll take it quietly. You sure you want to do this?
Listen. It's not about what I want. It's about what's fair to Precious. I've been a bad friend, and if this is gonna be the quickest route to victory, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna leave them in a place that they don't want to be in. She's no one's pet. So
Alright.
yeah, we'll play. Yeah, I'm just like literally thinking about like course like yeah I'm gonna play Jax. There's nothing about like there are no rules about letting out the most ripe and awful spelling thing to ever exist like in the room because Cora's just like carrying around just like raw sewage. That would probably break the spirit of things.
I think that would, yeah, I think Tyrek would qualify that as cheating, and I'm assuming it goes both ways of just like neither. But
Yeah, no, it's about the spirit of the agreement, I think here, which is very very clear. So,
yeah,
all right,
uh,
okay, man, now I'm starting to really wish I had like actually done that meta homework and everything, so I could just have full set of inspiration. Look, I didn't think this was gonna happen today. Okay.
Nero gives you a look like, hey, if things end up bad, I'll take care of your hat.
It goes with me.
Oh, but I really like that hat, Core.
You know what? No.
Just out of spite. No hat for you.
I wouldn't trust them to take care of your hat. They still have 2 dogs they're supposed to be taking care of.
Uh-huh.
They've become feral at this point, wandering the streets.
It's been like a day.
Yeah, no, they're fine.
Alright, Core is going to basically pass that off and Core will look at him and say so if I lose, pathetically, is it just gonna be like instant, or is this gonna be something where it's like, okay, well, you know, we're going. You got 5 minutes.
No, you would say your goodbyes now.
Oh, okay. In that case, Core is going to look towards Candace, and then is going to look towards Yelena, and I think Core will literally take off Tiger Gutter, take off his backpack, and then I think Core's actually going to write down what is effectively
His
a
will and
last
testament?
will and testament, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to leave the contents of his entire bank account to Yelena to do with
I
as
take
they
back my
see
bardic
fit.
inspiration. I'm just kidding.
God, I don't have much. Chroma cloth comes off, so we're literally working with base core. And I think Core is just going to say, Candace, you're really good. You've been really good to me, and I'm probably dancing around my feelings with that. Habanero, thanks for helping me out with everything. I'm sorry, I was very I don't know, best way to put it, needy. But
Core.
you've been really good. You've been really good friends to me. Queen, I like you a lot, but you get into a lot of trouble.
She just grins.
And we'll see how these things go.
And that we will.
And Kor's just gonna look at Yelena and is going to say, I don't think I can bring myself to say everything that I want to say to you. So I'll just leave it with, thank you, and you better win. If I don't.
She nods.
I think Kor lingers there for a little bit longer before looking at our dealer, and then Kor just says, "All right." And Claire is also here to witness my bad decision making.
Are you finally ready?
Uh-huh.
Excellent. And he palms the dice that he's been playing with for the last few minutes. And he clears the table. He waves his hands over the top of the wood table, and it clears everything on it, including the teapot and the cup that was there previously. And then he does it again, and he arranges so that the entire area of the table is filled with these jet black onyx jacks. And then he begins rolling a purple rubber ball between his fingers. Would you like to go first?
Sure. Why not?
He will very politely just hand you the ball. No tricks or finesse.
Okay.
Okay, so rules of the game. I've literally made these up on the spot because I never thought I'd have to figure out dice rules for playing jacks. The way this is going to be is that on the start of the turn, you're going to roll a d20. Based on where you land in the 20 in increments of 5, so 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and then 16 to 20. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere. Increments of 5. We'll just leave it at that. You will then, from low to high, so 1 to 5 being low, and then 20, the group of 20 being the higher one. If you roll low in the lower increment, you'll roll a d4, and based off of the d4 is how many jacks you will pick up, and then so on and so forth. d6, d8 to a d10. And the goal is you're going to play for you know what? I'll leave it up to the dice. You're going to play for 5 rounds. And by the end of the 5 rounds, whoever has more jacks wins.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Great. Well, you're starting us off, Chief.
Okay. I don't have any inspiration I can blow here, I believe, because I've used the 2 that you've given me, unless you're feeling like I'm being very generous for Don. You've been very, very sick lately. Have a 3rd one.
Here. I'll give you an alternate. I won't be that generous, but I'll still be generous. If the players who have their fate dice left want to spend them to give you 1 point of inspiration each, I will.
Okay. I think that's fair.
It will be up to your teammates who have fate die left if they want to help.
Let's see how the first couple rounds go.
We'll see how it goes. All right. Well, here we go. It's just a straight d20 roll.
Yep. And don't forget, you do have a bardic inspiration die, I think.
So plus
D8.
what is it? Okay, I'll decide. I'm gonna roll it after I see it. I'm not adding anything to this, right? It's just straight
Yeah,
d20.
just a straight d20.
Okay. Let's roll that bardic dice.
Okay. So you roll a d10.
Could have been way better. Can't do anything about that though.
I'll tell you this straight up. There is no fancy number crunching behind the scenes. This is literally just whatever the dice roll. That's how this game will work.
Okay.
It is the one thing I've prefaced dealer games off of, is that they have to actually have a certain amount of random probability based off of just chance, and that's how the game is played, because that is the essence of chaos.
Okay.
All right, strong start for him. He that was a 6.
Okay.
Rolled a 1. Being very lackadaisical about it.
All right. Next D20 roll. I don't know if you're gonna
Oh,
give me another.
No, the jailer got a 1.
Yeah, 1. Sorry, you said 6 and then what? Right.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll throw my fate dice for inspiration.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to give me Bardic dice.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'll funnel those into you. I've got
It's-
3, so
Just constantly cheering Core on.
All right. Let's roll that D20. Roll another D8.
Roll D10.
What the hell? Okay. I can't use it to reroll that result, can I?
I mean, the original intent of them is to alter D20 rolls, but this is a unique circumstance. You know what? Sure.
Okay.
Much better.
Worth it.
I was born into the jacks. As a 14. So
I think that's a D6.
the D8.
Okay.
Third increment. Ooh, we rolled a 7.
Okay. Next up is this D20 roll. Let's go. Oof.
Oh, you hate
I don't know if
to see it.
Estella wants to. I don't know if Estella wants to help me out or not.
Oh, yes.
Basically, you're asking me if I want to use my fate die to give you.
If you want, it's completely up to you.
Fate die to re-roll that one is what it comes down to.
I don't want you to have a 1, so sure. You can have.
Actually, let me take a look at something here in case I'm forgetting something.
Okay.
Let's see if he can save himself.
I want to see if I can save myself. Actually, if I was a halfling, a normal halfling, I know I could.
Nope.
Um.
You can blame the god of luck in the room for that.
I mean, they're not making attack rolls, so yeah, I'll take Estelle's inspiration then, if it's been offered.
Yep.
All right. Well,
Oof. Roll a d4. All right, 3 still good. And he rolls 18.
oof.
Five.
I think that makes us even. Oh,
Nope.
okay.
You're 1 up. This is a lot closer than I thought it would.
All right. Number 4.
Come on, Core. Show me what you've got.
Completely average.
Mm-hmm.
That's a D6, or that's a D8. Okay.
got 1 more bardic inspiration that you can spend.
I'm gonna hold off on it.
Save for the last round.
Yeah.
Really ramp up the drama.
4.
4 is still good. Puts you at 18. Roll the natural 20. Oh, see, in hindsight, I should have made natural 20s D12s, because why did I exclude D12s for no reason?
Well, when you're playing with 10 jacks, it makes it pretty hard to pick up 12 of them.
No, the whole table's filled with jacks.
Oh.
That was sort of the point.
He could still low roll.
Yep, he did. He rolled a 3. Last round.
All right, here
Ready,
we go.
Core? This is your soul right here.
Uh huh. I didn't think I'd lose a character over Game of Jacks ever, but this is pretty amusing to me.
Somehow thematic for Core.
I'm just saying,
You know what?
I've played a game of
Oh
Cards
my
Against
God.
Humanity with a group of players before in this exact situation. So. This is what dealers do. They literally will play any game with anybody.
But hey, look, if you're gonna
Uh-oh, I
if
don't
you're
wanna
gonna
lose
die,
score,
you
man.
might as well make it as suitably dramatic as possible. And I'm like, okay, well, at least, of course, I am the master of my own fate. Oh!
Ooh.
Oh. Damn it! No, no, no.
It's okay.
No, that was the Bardic die. You're fine.
Oh, okay. I thought he was rolling for his jacks that he picked up for a second. I
No,
was
he
gonna be
rolls
like,
he rolls the D10 now for the jack.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I could still roll one, so I mean, get ready for it.
Mm.
Wow, that keeps it surprisingly dramatic.
Mm,
That puts Core at a total of
22.
22.
22.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. What would he have to get to beat him? He's at 13.
He would have
16.
to.
Oh, 16. So he needs to
That's
not
60
roll.
die.
Yeah, he needs to roll higher than a 5 on the D20, and then he needs to roll higher than a 6 or higher. To tie? No, we don't do ties here. So.
So he's got to roll a. He's got to roll 11 or higher. Then he has to roll a 7 or higher.
He rolled another natural 20.
Of course.
My wife got me a dice tower for our anniversary, so you can blame her if
Aw.
this kills you.
Okay.
And here's the D10. Rolled an 8.
Well, I lose them. Unless someone's got something for this.
Does someone have something for losing a deific card game? Quick, user reaction.
Counter Sharp.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is.
I mean,
You rolled a seduce.
technically, unless I can somehow talk him into losing, I
No,
don't
I don't
think I
it has
really,
anything.
Mm-mm.
because I could roll silver tongues and be like,
I
just
mean,
kidding, guys, you didn't get that at all.
Only thing I would say here, and this is stretching.
No, that's not.
No, it doesn't.
I have so many features things want to use, but I have
Nice
never
work.
gotten a chance to use any of them.
Damn it.
You should put yourself in more risky situations in battle. Jeez.
Hey, look, I do, but they just don't let me do things. I never got reduced to 0, and I never got to make use of the racial features that I even had because of all the overlap, so I really can't do anything about any of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Um,
unless you want me to attempt to persuade him, I really.
You do you. I'm just trying to go down my list of every option that I have. Because these are all just straight D20 rolls.
You guys want to break to think it over?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Sure.
Just have a break.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's round that up a little. So 45 past is what will come back.
Okay.
Sure. Dyer, can I speak with you, like, on the side?
Sure. Just go down to
Sure.
the one-on-one.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, okay. I am just letting you know I am okay with losing core, because this is thematic. Out of character, I would prefer to keep playing the character for the sake of keeping a continuity here in place, because I think it's kind of something where if a character gets swapped out or something like that, it makes one of the circumstances of narrative-driven games very, I feel like it kind of like trying to think of the best way to put it, kind of disrupts like a bit of like narrative flow or whatever. But like also character things happen. That's just the way of the things here, and obviously these are things that deals have been struck or whatever.
Yep.
So I'll just say if they come up with anything here, that's completely up to them. I don't think I have anything here as far as my own stuff goes, because I was kind of banking on like maybe making use of sleight of hand or my own proficiencies here, which is totally fine. I have nothing that can affect flat rolls here, other than inspiration rolls, which were, I wasn't expecting this to be basically a thing here.
No, that's fair.
So I'll just say, whatever happens. If Core goes out this session, I'm probably either going to bring in Esmeralda or I'm probably going to bring in Deanna, which is why I mentioned the pink and white hair, basically.
Yeah.
Two characters here I was kind of looking into playing the most, more or less.
Okay.
I think that's kind of where my mind is at the moment. The other character that I could possibly bring in, and it's a character that I've been kind of also meaning to play, is character by the name of Baron.
Mm-hmm.
And he would be a barbarian / fighter chassis, and that's the character who had previously been run during one of the Yelena's stuff, and that would keep the gender balance there. Character's also a character with lots of baggage, but I would probably be trying to play them in a bit of a different light or something like that.
Fair enough.
Basically, the way you would kind of think about that is think of a character who was probably chaotic evil who managed to pull themselves out of a very, very dark place in their life.
Mm-hmm.
Where they were formerly basically a death-seeking, bandit,
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, who found their redemption through sinking to a level that they were not capable of thinking that they would ever sink to, and then deciding that they just kind of wanted to get their shit together, more or less.
It's an idea, but
yeah. So
we can worry about that when the session's finished, because there are still things that could unfold. So we'll hold on to that.
Yeah.
And I do have to run to go to the bathroom. So
yeah, that's fine.
We'll chat details when we come back.
All right, I just wanted to give you that quick aside here, just let you know where my mind is. All right, I'm gonna go back to the main room, and I'm gonna do my own break stuff. All right.
Yeah, help
This one,
is
yeah,
more
but this
visible.
one's 10 feet, so I'm.
It was all luck.
I told you at the beginning, we're gonna play this. Lose.
It was pure luck. They could have won. It was close. He beat him by 2. Because they even tried to conjure Kirigan, tried to play for them, which is funny. I'll still in.
I think the twins will try and go for that bonus round, like a double or nothing. Try and save you.
Sounds like a mistake.
I mean, maybe, but I really don't want to lose core.
You guys should really have that figured out by now.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't think we have anything figured out,
No.
to be honest.
I mean, the only thing I could, the only thing that I can offer is for Core to basically say something to the effect of, you know, for the sake of adhering to childhood traditions, we typically do a bonus round. But out of character, I got nothing. I got no abilities.
Yeah, all the men
I
are
ain't
killed.
got no inspiration. I ain't got nothing. I got soup and I got medicine, Daya. I'm just a poor boy from a poor family.
In regards to your
double or nothing
bonus round, offer up another soul.
We'll take that offer.
You do realize that I'd have to take both of you for it to count, right?
We understand that. Corey, you're like one of 5 friends we actually have. We're not going to lose you easily. If we can help it, if we can do anything about that.
Hey, I gotta let you know that at least somebody needs to be here to make sure that, you know.
Yelena's
Someone-
here. She's one of the more competent people we have.
Okay.
All right, I'm quitting the campaign.
I didn't mean it like that.
Nope, I'm quitting the campaign. This was the last straw.
All right. Well, so this is the end of Orphaned Honor. Thank you everyone for watching. We're done.
Thank you for watching us destroy ourselves through our terrible, crippling gambling addiction. Core will basically say to you, listen, you're a really good cook and you're a really good friend, but someone needs to get pops, and I don't think you know what, I'll let you make your own decisions. I'm not asking you to do anything for me.
Or, I don't usually say this, but shut up and let someone help you.
Are we playing another game or aren't we?
Yeah,
1 second.
we're playing.
I gotta take care of my dog, who is trying to tear down the doors of my reality at the moment.
Would it make sense if that was the case for the twins to get to roll this final, or no? Out of character, I'm just saying that because I know I still have 2 uses of inspiration here.
To roll what?
The last round of Jacks.
If you want to play more Jacks, yeah, the twins can step in.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you can have a whole new round.
Oh.
See how many rounds
I'm
of
just
Jacks.
gonna make yeah.
Sudden death, 3 rounds.
That was
Are each of us going to play in the sudden death round at this point? Are you gonna roll twice and I'm gonna roll once?
Nah, Corey, you're out. It's
Okay.
Greg now.
Yeah. Now, question.
Had your chance, kid.
I did, and you know what? I'm gonna say it is the most fair game I think Core has played so far. It's just the dice hate him. I
Would
rolled
it,
pretty high, and boy,
question, would my helpful feature be of use in this? The range of my help action is increased by 10 feet, so I'm assuming it is not like physically helping, but more like verbal and like assurance and whatnot.
This is one of those circumstances, and it's sort of awkward to ask about it now, because then you go, yeah, but why didn't anybody help Core?
Because I know I was kicking myself over the break. You didn't get to hear that. 'Cause I was looking for anything.
Well, yeah, but it could have been anybody, because you all could stand within 5 feet of him and like rub his
Yeah.
shoulders or pat his
Yeah.
back, like, but nothing.
Mhm.
well,
Um,
Yelena helped. I mean, the only
Yeah,
thing
the
I would just
inspiration.
say, the only thing I would say as far as that goes is Haba and Nero are being counted as one person. So, by his rules,
Fair.
that's fair game.
Yeah.
I'll
No, I
ask.
mean, I think they're helping it. Like, like they're working together on this.
One bounces the ball, one grabs the jack.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to give my dog attention because they are whining on the bed. I will
Yeah.
be.
Yeah. Or just however you want to, like, of just like Nero like assuring Haba that he can do this.
It's however,
and then maybe they switch
however
out
you
each
want to do it.
round.
The rules don't
Yeah.
change.
Got it.
Except
Okay.
I will now, in addendum, because I feel like it would be better. Rolling a natural 20, not only will it upgrade the die to a D12, it will set a base of a +3.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
3 plus whatever you roll.
All right. And then real quick, just for a refresher, for the dice size, it's per roll in the D20.
Yeah, so you roll the D20, and that determines what size of dice you roll.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And what sizes were the die corresponding to the rolls? Like,
So 1 through 5 was a D4, 6 through 10 D6, 11 through 15 D8, and then
D8.
the last one is a D10.
Yep. And then 20, it's a D12.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, scratch the +3. We're going to leave it just up to the dice. So
Okay,
a natural 20 is a D20.
Awesome. And you said you are okay with using the helpful feature for this.
Yeah, you can. The two of them can help one another. So you roll your D20s with advantage.
All right. Here's my first roll. That is a 19.
Okay, roll
Or,
D10.
Yeah, either one, so that's a D10. Can I use inspiration on that?
You
Is it-
can. We set that
Alright, yeah.
precedent.
Yep. Better.
Okay. Oh, he opens up with a natural 1. But got a 3. So a D10.
There we go.
Why can't I roll like this hot? Like,
Well, it's your natural one at the beginning of the campaign that led to this.
Yeah.
look, that I guess it's fair. I mean, add a character, Dire. This is a pretty good payoff for it. I'll be perfectly honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disappointed by this.
Mm-hmm. And at this point, it's unrecoverable from the dealer's side.
Oh.
He rolled a 4 on the D20 and rolled a 1 on the D4. So there isn't anything that can possibly save us at this point.
Did he just like throw?
No.
I like to imagine that Haba and Arrow, whatever they touch rubber, it turns into flubber.
No. It's also like having advantage on this is really good.
Yeah.
It also doesn't help when like Nero and Haba are like rolling like cool. Their first rolls are 15 anyway, So they didn't even really matter they had advantage. They basically rolled almost max on this.
And then the double 10s and the 7. Well,
Yeah.
I mean for funsies, I'll roll the last set here, but
Yeah. Make it an exploding dice, so if it maxes out, then it rolls another one.
No.
don't worry, it just doesn't matter. He's got a solid 12 at the end of this compared to the 27. Oh, it was almost obvious that he was playing the game, but between Haba and Nero, you guys were just fast. You were proficient. You were fixated, and you just finished it out quickly. Well,
I literally like Core just like looks at like this entire thing, and then like looks at Yelena and just like literally like says something to the effect of like, you ever feel like you ever feel like someone has just like thrown something completely out the window?
I'm just.
We'll be
I'm
keeping Cora and
imagining.
taking Precious now.
You were saying?
I'm imagining Haba throwing the ball up and Nero just full both arms over the table, scooping up the chest.
Like Nero just bouncing it absurdly high with his strength, and then
Haba just coming, going, yoink, 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 yoink. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I was picturing.
Yep.
Deal's a deal.
Oh no, it seems as if I've lost. How terrible.
Core just like narrows his eyes at him, like, what is this nonsense? He's just like, yeah, no, I've won, and now I'm just going to throw it completely all the way.
Well, as I said, a deal is a deal after all. And he waves his arms and clears the table, and then he snaps his fingers. And for the third time in the last hour, another body appears in the room. This time, it's Precious. Sitting on the couch on the far side away from the dealer, with 2 cucumber slices on her eyes. There's a brief moment of being startled, and suddenly coming to realization. Where am I?
You're in your apartment.
Oh, I have slices. Removes the cucumbers. Well, I guess that's that. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. Till next time. And he claps his hands and is gone.
Okay, but can I just say I'm actually shocked that the twins are that good at card games.
They played a lot of jacks.
And just
They just whipped that dragon. Oh my god, that was so good, but also like shocking.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, like, their family was like traveling gypsies and whatnot, so like they're very like accustomed to like games of like sleight of hand and whatnot.
Still though, that was pretty impressive to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there before you, sitting on the couch, is Precious Vale. Looks completely fine. Dressed for a day's outing.
Core, go make sure your friend's okay.
Right.
I'm mostly uncertain as to what has happened.
It's a long story. I'll get you caught up. Come with me real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that long. You were kidnapped by a god of chaos, and we won you back in a game of chance.
Ah. That does about sum it up. But then she'll follow Cora to wherever Cora is going.
Bedroom real quick.
Gotcha.
Cora's gonna give her the spark notes of everything that's basically happened.
All right. So like 15 minutes later.
15 minutes later, here's the story thus far, and what Cora's plans are from here. Basically, he's telling her, as apparently, you know, this universe is dictated, apparently every entity is apparently out to get him, including the most powerful entity in the entirety of the world, because, I don't know, memes?
I don't
Wants to play
know
card
that.
games. God, there's a video I have to show you, Cider.
Yes.
You want to hear Liquid Snake talk about Big Chungus? Anyway,
Yeah.
Please no.
I'll put it there for later. But Core is basically going to give Precious like the heads up, like just like what happened now. If when he goes to pursue this you know, line of action, you're like basically a tie to him, and you know, just like what happened here, you could be made a target by, you know, these powers that be, basically. And apparently, go ahead.
I will seek out help from Matriarch Heartsmith, if this is truly as involved as you claim it is.
I am sorry you have to have a hard time because of me, because apparently this is also because of me. I'm also sorry that I haven't been better to you.
Cole, you've always been a good friend.
I don't feel like one. Because I know I kept my distance, because I just don't know how to deal with things sometimes.
This all in due time. But you cannot blame yourself for what has happened here. Who can expect chaos to arrive on one's doorstep?
I mean, it just depends on the flavor.
It was not mistreated, contrary to what one may think.
In any case, I was hoping that you, Candace, and I could just have I don't know, a good discussion. I was planning on making my way down to the church, put a bow on everything that happened with Claire, then maybe see about whatever happened to her armor. Then I think Cor will tell her about, like, everything involving the necklace, his dream, the very odd things involving this all.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of will also make mention that he's kind of been coming to peace about what's happened, and how he's planning on moving on.
Sounds as if this has been a productive time for you recently, Cor.
We'll just say it's been a very, very, some weeks are just packed with years.
Hmm.
This is one of them.
Well,
anyway,
time does seem precious. Allow us to continue. Let us head to the cart grounds and see if we can't see what came of Claire's armor.
Yeah, well, first let's mingle, because I wanted to also introduce you to my friend Yelena.
Very well.
I think you two would probably get along pretty nice.
Hmm.
And I think you would both understand each other in similar ways.
Let us not
Okay.
dally.
All right. Cor will make his way out of the bedroom.
While Cora's in there, Yulin is gonna turn to the others. For context, is the God of Luck still hanging around? Did
Yep.
he leave?
Nope.
Okay.
He's still just standing there with his arms crossed.
Well, she's not talking to him, so it's fine.
Kind of rude.
Do the three of you have any errands left that you need to run before the circle ball? Habanero, it seemed like there was something that the two of you wanted to do in the 4th district.
Yeah, we're gonna go pay off that sword.
Trip out of the city briefly then.
Oh, is Habanero finally paying Estella back for the down payment?
We still gotta. I mean, we gotta do that, but we also gotta like actually pay off the sword still.
So no.
No.
That's on the next big payoff?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You'll get it eventually, TM.
Eyes emoji.
What about you, Estella? Anything else you need to prepare?
Not particularly. I think I've done everything I've needed for what's to come next.
Well, we still got a day after this. I was planning on going to that spa again tomorrow evening, if you'd like to join me.
Yes, I would love to. Sounds fun. Little girl time didn't hurt anybody, right?
I suppose not. She'll look over at Tyrek. Suppose we should thank you for overseeing things.
Well, the dealer did not do anything or attempt anything. I didn't have to step in. But it was interesting to observe the ongoings here. These entities were not very prevalent when I was around last. Ah, yes. You two, the twins.
Hey. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Fair warning. If you call upon me again, and you meet the one that is a bit more flamboyant than I am, he is a charlatan wearing my face. Be wary of him.
So what you're saying this entire time, we have not actually been talking to the God of Luck in our previous...
If you can believe this one telling you that, yes.
One tells lies, the other tells only truth.
We are paradox.
Can we, be sure you're not lying?
Well, you can't. I doubt you could figure out if I was lying to you anyway.
Probably not.
It is a matter of knowing who you're dealing with. One will try to get favors from you. Me, the other one, will not. It betrays luck to make deals with it. The other one is also a bit of a coward.
I think that will be something to deal with in the future.
Don't worry. If with any luck, I'll deal with him first. I do intend on taking my place back in the Pantheon if I can help it.
How's your sibling doing?
I don't know. I haven't been
way.
able to find her.
Right.
You happen to find her. Please do let me know.
Nods head.
That being said, you all seem to be involved in a great deal of questionable things. But I've also been able to read the room well enough to know that you're going headlong into something that sounds even more above where you should be waiting in currently. For that event, and because you've shown some genuine care for one another, take my blessing with you. A little piece of luck, if you will. Make sure you use it to survive whatever it is you're about to go do. And you'll see 5 small motes of golden light kind of start forming around him and forming patterns, and then they'll eventually also to fly out until each of them stops in front of you. Core, this is around the time you are exiting. There's now a golden mote floating in front of you.
Swats away with hats.
Core just stares. Yeah, just takes his hat.
Shoot,
Core
get
just
out of here,
stares at it.
magic.
Yelena will reach her hand out to take it.
It will absorb itself into your palm and then vanish. But you do feel, well, to put it simply, lucky.
Core will take it also, I guess. And then proceed forward to the room.
So are we going to need to have a chat about betting your souls? Or have you gotten that out of your system, the 3 of you?
I think Core looks at Derek, then looks at Lynn and says, "Yeah, that kind of takes the cake for the stupidest thing I've ever done."
Same, actually.
You did what? Slap. Like on the back of your head. Or
Good. Be sure that you don't find a new low.
Uh-huh. So, now that that's done, I wanted to introduce you to Precious before we got derailed. Also, can we talk about those cards that apparently this, that ghoul wanted?
Cards that hold the power of forgotten deities.
Uh-huh. And, those two Cretans have them.
I'm still in the room.
Uh-huh. You showed up.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than any other. Uh, I don't know. I'm flattered.
Mm.
Thank you.
Well, in my defense, I felt someone here that was... He sort of scrunches his face together. Tainted by my doppelganger, so I figured I'd come and see what it was all about.
So, look, I've never really put a lot of thought into a lot of this stuff. But, I mean, you told us what these cards were about.
Mm. Short version is, I'll explain again. Back during the Great War, when the first mortals ascended into gods, when it was coming to a close, and it became more obvious that we needed a system to make sure if any of us went off the rails, that there was a way other gods could do something about it. So, through the collective power of all of us, we made a new law that affects only us. Essentially, we store a fragment of our power into something. Cards were decided upon. They could have literally been anything. And they are to be used by a single individual should that time ever arrive wherein a god needs to be, well... Now, back in the days of the war, there were dozens of title bearers. Just over 100, actually. In this day and age, I have observed there's probably only about 20 or so. The cards that were made of the previous title bearers that are no longer deities still exist and float around and are hidden. Some are possessed by individuals, some are in individuals. Others are hidden behind stone walls and chests, you name it.
Okay.
Now, if someone's in possession of a card, they can gain for themselves godlike power. That's simple. They also tend to get influenced a little bit by the personality of the previous title bearer. However, there's currently a bit of a game on right now to see who can find more. The current pantheon is trying to make a counterbalance to the god of chaos, the god of order, if you will. And they need the cards to do it.
And that's why they want it.
Yes, that is why the dealer was here.
I
Trying to
take it got a
leverage you.
Stake in this.
Me, personally, I should, but I don't yet. My evil twin, if you will, my doppelganger, the one wearing my face, he does. But I also don't trust him, due to the very fact that he's wearing my face.
Does Abanus have a card?
He kind of sighs. To be honest with you, by the way the law's written, he should. We don't know if one exists, given that by his very nature, a card should be used. But there's only one person that exists that would know where it is. And they would only ever use it if they believed it was time to use it.
That's something to keep in mind.
These cards can grant even mortals the power of these fallen deities.
Yes, if you can find one, and if it aligns with you. Not all cards are suited to be used by anybody.
And it's as simple as that. Anybody who picks one of these up and if they're aligned with them can use it.
Yes. That's simple. There's several floating around this city right now.
And we know where two of them are.
Hmm.
Do you know what happened to the hunters?
be honest with you, I still don't know all the details. But from what I've been able to gather from one of my close friends, to put it in more mundane terms, they were ambushed when they were weakened. Put it simply, if it's possible, the gods of death are dead.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I don't know. It would be nice to hear from you again, I guess. I don't expect to just make that happen, but I mean, we're interesting. We got some things going on.
Mm.
Could be surprising. And you know what? With the things that I want and the things that I'm coming across, I need allies.
I can make no such allegiances currently. I, too, am currently trying to build back up a foundation. And until
Even
I
if this-
know that my doppelganger will not threaten me again, I can't make any commitments elsewhere.
Even if those cards are a stake piece in this.
I can keep an eye on it, as best as I can. That being said, if this dealer was here, leveraging you into trying to get them, it's almost guaranteed that he's done it to other groups as well.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know if I got much more else to say other than, yeah, thank you. I'll definitely, keep you in mind as far as good people go.
Just remember, if you do end up calling upon me again, beware of the one that wears my face. Might not always be me. In the endeavors near and far, I wish you luck. And he bows, and then he, in a blink, is gone.
Ready to get going?
Well, I was hoping that we could sit and talk over tea for a little bit before we got going, because this is the entire reason why I wanted to come here initially, was to introduce you to Precious and to just, I don't know, reconvene. I've already gotten all my all the other stuff out of the way, the unpleasant stuff.
Keep in mind that there are other things to prepare before the ball.
Yeah, I know, but just, can we just take 30 minutes?
If you insist, Core.
Eh,
Fine.
I know, I just thought it'd be nice. That's really it. I didn't want to come here and then just rush out immediately. This wasn't supposed to be a, this was supposed to be a pleasant revisit. This wasn't supposed to be a, rescue my friend from the god of chaos.
Allow me to make some tea. And light a stove so that we can be warm. Precious will get to it. It'll take a couple of minutes, but it isn't too long before Precious settles a tray back onto the table. with a hot pot of tea, several cups and mugs, along with a couple of assortments of small jelly-filled cookies. Do you actually want to run through the conversation, or do you just want to have some pleasantries and then move on?
Cora was hoping to facilitate some just polite conversation between Precious and Yelena because they were both owned by the. I mean, Cora's put it together, like, you know, they were both owned by the same master, and Cora thought, like, okay, maybe this Cretan had come back and abducted Precious, basically. So, Cora was just hoping to basically connect some dots here, touch base with Precious, see how they're doing, and then just try to make maybe things feel like a little normal, because it's been a long time since he's had Candace, Precious, and himself, like, in the same room talking. You know, just kind of like, hey, let's just do something nice before, you know, we have to rush out and take care of a bunch of other stuff. Because the other thing that, you know, Cora was supposed to do is that we were going to stop here, and then we were going to stop to basically get that armor.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we need to run through the conversation, but that's basically the mindset.
It's basically pleasantries. Precious spending some time getting to know your companions. There'll be an instance where you'll see Candace take out a hip flask and pour some something into her tea, to which Precious will scold her for. But it's met with laughs. Despite the circumstances of just narrowly having escaped chaos, you know, everything still seems relatively light, which is necessary in what has been relatively trying times.
Yeah. We have to defeat chaos. I don't know if, I mean, Cora is trying to steer the conversation like the direction of Yelena. He's trying to be like a little intentional about it. So I don't know if Yelena has like anything to say during here. I would actually be kind of interested in seeing like where that conversation goes. But you know, I don't know if we necessarily have to RP anything out. Hang on, I hear barking outside of my house. I need to see what's going on.
Slams
It sounds
dagger into
small.
table. We must defeat chaos.
That's the idea.
Chaos.
I mean, I think at some point during the conversation, Yelena's just going to speak up and say, Corey, you seem fairly adamant about the two of us getting to know each other. Is there a reason for it?
We'll see if he's stuck around or if he's got to come back.
He was kidnapped by Hala and Pena.
We'll never know. I guess chaos will just reign supreme.
Let chaos reign.
The chaos reign.
Commission art real quick of the punching chaos meme, but with core and then whatever, just the black dragon getting punched.
My dragon's cooler.
Gonna have a dragon off later. My dragon can beat up your dragon. And that's when you suddenly realize you've been in a Pokemon game the whole time.
Throws the Heartstone. I choose you.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
To repeat, after a little bit into the conversation, Yelena's just going to speak up and say, Corey, you seem very adamant about the two of us getting to know each other. Is there a reason for that?
I just thought, you know, could be good to have friends. You know, I don't got many, and I'd like to introduce people to the few people that I got left, you know?
But you seem particularly interested in steering it towards the two of us.
You got some common threads. That's all.
I think
So
he
they
means
decided-
we were both slaves once.
Cora just says, well, when you put it like that. That's really on the nose.
But it is not wrong.
Yeah, but it's also not the entire reason. All I'm saying.
Well, if you let me know any information about your previous master, I'll put them on my list of people to kill.
Well, about that.
Yes, that is not something you have to worry about.
I guess you know, you're already familiar.
That being said, any of you are always welcome to come and stay here if you ever need a place of refuge. Any of Cora's friends are my family. If you ever need help, or a meal, or a place safe to be, you can count on me.
It's very kind to hear that.
I'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
It's very, very generous.
Doing a lot of running around in the house. One moment.
I suspect we're going to do a bit of a cutaway when Donovan's back to you guys heading over to the 2nd District's armory to see about that armor.
Doodly-doodle-doo.
Mm-hmm. And
Yes.
Starlight.
Yeah. I think I
Wait,
told...
Star, what are you doing here?
Yeah. I think I told Dawn out of character, but if it is full plate, I don't think I can wear it. Nero can wear it, so I'm only proficient up to medium armor.
Yeah, I don't think I was ever meant for Abba.
Or no, for Nero. Nero
Oh.
can only wear up to medium armor.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I guess we can learn that the hard way.
I could have sworn I told Dawn about this.
It's for Core.
Yeah. True. It's this big emotional scene of passing on the armor, and Nero's just like, I can't wear that. Oh, no, you have my consent. Like, no, I literally can't wear that.
You see this frame? It's too
Yeah.
solid or something like that.
Yeah. He says as with rippling muscles.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. And Starlight.
Star appears. She
Just wipes
sprays the
screen.
camera with some cleaner and wipes it, and suddenly we're at the armory.
Yep, weird.
We
huh?
had the exact same idea there.
Some days I wish this could be an anime, because that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one
Mm-hmm.
day. But for the sake of keeping things moving, conversations are had, friendships are opened up, But eventually, you find yourselves all collectively heading out of the apartment building and across the district towards the centermost church to inquire about the armor that Claire served with. Because, contrary to popular belief, there are a handful of individuals that do work for Matriarch Heartsmith that are actually warriors. Their numbers aren't large, but they do have enough need for there to be an army.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
Now that you're back, yeah. I think I've told you this, but Nero cannot wear heavy armor.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Either way, it's still
Okay.
something that Core's interested in getting.
Okay, that's fine.
With Precious Veil leading the group of you, it is much easier to work your way through most of the standard formalities here, given that Precious is in fact a member of the clergy here. You get brought up to the doors of the armory, and when the double doors are opened up, you are presented with a small room, a modest armory. It's about it's 80 by 50, so it could arm a couple hundred people, but for the size of the district, the average army that defends each district is tens of thousands normally. This leans heavily into the fact that the peacekeepers from the first district largely do most of the policing for this district, and so this is meant for the select few individuals that require them. The person here that works the armory is a member of the clergy, is a human woman. Dark, tanned skin, color of bronze, dark onyx hair, pulled back into a braid. You can tell that they have small nicks around their jawline, and their forearms are covered in cuts. Their nose is a little bit broken and set to be slightly misshapen. And they are currently tending to a series of swords that are along a length of table, and they're sitting at a grindstone, working and honing the edges. Precious will sort of just kind of pull everyone off to the side before addressing anybody. This is Arla, a master at arms here for overseeing all of the weapons that the church has. I suspect you should probably call her Sister Nadil over her first name, given that you are strangers.
How do you spell that last name?
Nedil.
Nedil. Okay. Okay. Also, I didn't say it, but Cora would have retrieved his necklace from Candace.
Candace would have given it to you.
All right. The Cora will nod and see if Precious has anything else to say.
Just be honest and upfront. No misleading or flattery. She is a woman that is very no nonsense.
All right. Well, I'll get right to the point. It'll be I'll try to be pleasant, but I'll be to the point.
Mm-hmm. You can approach, and you will see Sister Nadil working one of the short sword on this grindstone she has. And while you approach, she just does not pay any attention, and it's only after a long minute or two of just the sound of metal on stone when she finally stops and inspects the blade. And when she's satisfied, you see it set around the table, and then she looks up.
Okay. Cora just waits patiently to be addressed. Prayer beads, clearly on display. If only to like show maybe, a degree of affiliation. And he will just go ahead.
What can I do for you?
Are you Sister Nadil?
Yes.
My name is Cor. I was an associate of Claire Mistletoe.
Hmm.
I was looking to see if I could find her armor.
Yeah, it's here. I'm still in possession of it. Hasn't seen any use since Sister Mistletoe's last run. Been left here more as a sign and show of respect than anything.
Cor nods, and then lets them continue.
Awkward silence for a while as no one else has anything to say.
Yulia's just kind of standing a little bit back nearby.
What would you have with it?
A friend of mine that was also a friend of Claire's, when, she was alive, has found themselves in a very bad way. And the enemies that I am facing are powerful. I'm looking to pretty much put as much favor on my side as I can, and I feel that Claire's armor would be a bit of a boon, at the very least, and I can say that in good conscience. I feel that Claire would be more than willing to have allowed that. There's some strange... One moment.
Take your vitamin.
Indeed.
What is a knock? Cor says, a fragment of Claire's spirit remains in the necklace that I wear.
Hmm.
I've spoken with her in, I suppose, a way as unhinged as I may sound. But I was given their blessing to do this.
Make a persuasion check. Wow. All right. And who would be the person that would wear this armor if I gave it to you? Not just anybody can put this on.
Claire's armor was very heavy.
Mm.
Well, I'm going to go with what Cora's initial thing was with this by saying, I have a companion who fights very, very well with heavy armaments. I think the armor would suit him.
You can see Sister Nadil's eyes pass over you to your companions that have followed you into the room.
Nero, could you come forward?
Yeah.
The only obvious choice here.
Mm-hmm.
Estella could rock full plate.
She could, but she doesn't look like she would wear full plate.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can use it with just like without proficiency. I just like take like a speed hit and stuff like that, right?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually don't know what wearing heavy armor without proficiency does. I just figured you couldn't actually use it.
You get the benefits, but I think
You
just
have
take the
disadvantage on ability checks, saving throws, and attack rolls. I think.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah,
It is.
You also can't cast spells or anything like that.
Okay,
if you're wearing armor.
I guess you would just choose to die then.
yeah, pretty much.
You have high AC, but you're permanently disadvantaged on basically everything you try to do.
Yeah. I mean, the other thought
Ah.
is,
It is specific, by the
mean-
way. Strength and dexterity, saving throws, ability checks, and attack. So everything that
Yeah.
matters if you're trying to wear plate.
the other thing is you need to have a strength score high enough to actually use that armor. So
Mhm.
even
I had a
if Core,
16.
you can use it. You
Yeah.
need a 15 strength score to use plate. But if even if I multi-classed Core into a cleric that could use heavy armor, I don't have the prerequisite strength score to use it, unless I get myself an item.
Mhm.
I'm just checking something real quick to make sure.
Yeah.
There is only
Yeah,
one
just-
party
just
member in the
medium.
whole group that can wear
Yeah.
plate mail, excluding proficiency. Proficiencies.
Mhm. Yeah, just
I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to like eventually fit into that armor.
yeah. Something to work
Yeah,
towards.
fitting in isn't the problem. The man could fit in it. Granted, it would have to have some adjustments made to it because it was fitted for a much
Right.
smaller woman than Narrow is.
Yeah.
Because he's neither of those things, small or a woman,
Mhm.
that we know of.
Yep.
The sister will get up from her bench seat at the grindstone and walk over, and when she stands up, you can see well-defined muscles. She has a stance and a walk that has shown that she is more of a warrior than she is a member of, or an acolyte or a cleric. And she kind of she sidles up to Narrow and just kind of gives him an up and down. Have you killed anyone?
Hags. Their abominations that they made.
No people?
Not really.
Core does like look towards you, Nero, and then just says, there was that gang that we fought.
Yeah.
The slavers.
They I wouldn't quantify them as very good people, but I know they're still. So yeah.
How did you feel when you killed them? Have you thought about it at all?
Occasionally, I have trouble processing a lot of emotions, if I'm being honest. Not something I'm very happy about, but it's not something I very much enjoyed.
And say if I do give up this armor, why would you want it? What are you going to do? Going to plan on taking more lives?
I plan on helping fix some of the injustices of this world.
Lofty. She looks down to you, Core.
Core stares unflinchingly back.
Are these enemies Claire's enemies?
Yes. One is a man who orchestrated the abducting of children so that he could eat them, sending hags to do his bidding. And he has made allies within the upper echelons of the 4th District, where he reigns unchecked, and he must be brought low. Another enemy is the man who I would have assumed ruined her. A slaver. Out of character, I'm trying to remember what the guy's name is. The dwarf.
Pull up the note.
Pull up the notes!
Wait, which one are we talking?
We're talking about the guy who enslaved Precious. Yelena's bad guy.
Two different slavers.
Okay. We'll say it's that guy. The one who did Precious.
Let me check. Pretty sure there's a name in here.
I had thought they were the same person.
They are not the same person.
Okay.
Not every dwarf slaver is the same. God, that's so racist, Core. What the heck?
It's not my fault that they have beards and they're short and stout.
They have handles.
It's spouts.
We don't have a note for that character.
That's fine. Well, Cor will say a name then. And then we'll say that there are others that have crossed paths with us that have proven to be problematic for us, our lot, and I know that these are people who are wicked at heart and will only continue to bring great and terrible misery into this world. Everything's happened all at once, and I don't have a lot of time to start preparing.
Let me see the prayer beads.
Of course. Cor will pass them.
She'll take them, and she'll wrap them around her hands so that way the beads are just dangling off of her knuckles. She holds them up in front of her. And then she closes her eyes, and you can see her lips moving and silently speaking in a prayer. And after about 30 seconds of silence, she opens her eyes and she hands them back to you. All right. He was the one to wear it. I need to take his measurements. It needs to be fitted for him.
Cor nods.
And she turns around, grabs something off of the table, and kind of unfurls it with like a crack, like a whip. But it's just it's a measuring tape. And she gets all up into Nero's business, like raise your arms, spread your legs, and then just aggressively measures him.
Hilariously, I think Estella could have just given the measurements.
Mm-hmm.
I like to imagine that's her contribution to this.
True, they did just have a suit made. But it's just over. It happens so quickly and it ends just as fast. All right. It'll be done in sometime tomorrow. Come by around 4.
Out of character, we've got 2 days, right?
Yeah, so you've got the rest of today, all of tomorrow, and that it happens the evening of the day following that. So about, from this point, about 2 days. Exactly.
Okay.
Cool.
Core would nod and seems very satisfied about this.
Yeah, we should probably get going so that you can do your work then.
You need Claire's mace as well? Or shield?
I think Core is going to say, I don't think it would be right to not take them, considering I did come here for the armor.
Hmm.
Those weapons and those shields. That shield has served her well. I'd like to see that they continue to do good in this world.
I'll prepare it all for you then.
Thank you, sister.
Hmm. Walk true. I'll see you tomorrow.
But how late is it?
It's actually not that late at all.
Yeah, we
It's,
basically started our day.
Yeah, it's like a solid 11:30. Not even lunch.
Should we head out to that shop so that Papa and Nero can pay off that sword of theirs?
I think Core would give a nod. I'm trying to remember if I have something else I had to do in the second district. I wrote a list out, didn't I? Yeah, we do have to revisit that shop, which means Core could take care of another thing here. Alright. I think Core's just gonna give a nod.
Yelena will go to hail a carriage.
That is no problem. Do you want a speedy fancy carriage?
Middle of the line one.
Okay. As you were waiting for the carriage, Precious will wait with you. But then as one finally pulls up, she will politely clasp her hands in front of her. And it was a pleasure meeting you all, but I believe this is where we will part ways.
It was good seeing you again, and I'm happy I was able to help you, even though I made some very foolish decisions.
Worked out in the end.
I suppose that's one way to look at it.
Well, best you make sure you get all your preparations done for the upcoming party. Wouldn't want to be caught flat-footed, now would we?
You can't catch me flat-footed because it doesn't exist anymore.
And the carriage runs for over. And that's that. Anyway. Go clamber into the carriage. You're going to the Fisher's Ward, which is outside the city on the western side. uh, 4 districts away. This was a middle of the line carriage. So you are looking at 2 silver ahead per district. So gold and a silver each. Let's round that down to a gold ahead for the whole trip. Because you guys are all very charismatic. I'm sure you could round that out.
Sure, I'll
Sure. Any conversations that happen on the way there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Are there?
Thanks for the armor stuff, Core.
Hey, I thought it'd be good, and it's. I like to think that, something like that, it just could help.
Odds.
I think Core looks at Yelena and just like shuffles a little uncomfortably.
something on your mind, Cora?
I wasn't too much with trying to introduce you to Precious, was I?
I understand where you're coming from.
I'm not overstepping, am I?
No, it just seems a little forced.
Well, I was hoping to. I wanted a much more natural thing, but I didn't get that because of Chaos God. Core just says, as if like he's trying to just believe the words that are coming out of his mouth.
I think you'll find that most people that were slaves and aren't anymore don't particularly enjoy talking about the fact that they were slaves.
Well, I didn't want to talk about it, Yelena. That's all. It just. I thought maybe you could talk about performances, or maybe just we could bridge the conversation to something else, maybe like a common interest or something like that, not a common drama. I don't want to talk about dramas. I just realized halfway through how much of a, well, you know what I mean. It was supposed to be a nice thing, not a mess that nearly got myself and Haba and Nero sealed away forever in some terrible place.
Well, I've already given the 3 of you the don't do it again warning.
Look, the right look from you could make my blood run cold, alright?
I don't know how the 3 of you expected Estella and I to take on Constamon alone.
Speaking of soul shenanigans, I have a request.
What is it?
Once we get Pops back, I'm gonna need some help fixing what happened to us. It's time we finally fixed it. Looking at Nero.
I don't know the details about exactly what happened to you, but wouldn't fixing your soul involve the two of you becoming one again?
He just nods his head, a little shakingly.
She looks between the two of
Yeah.
them.
We can't go on living like this forever.
That's the decision that you've come to. I'll help you. But there's a lot of power in this world. It might be worth trying to consider other options.
Maybe. But as far as now, because we do at least have a set way of doing it. We already know where the person who caused this is located. It's just on us to go there. We just don't know what to expect.
Where is it?
Check quick. What the location is. Dyer, do you have the exact location? It was like a mountain.
The
I'm not
Dagger
mistaken.
Pass.
The Dagger Pass.
The Dagger
Yep.
Pass in Belmouth. Is in the
Belmouth,
middle of a
yeah.
desert.
Would Yelena know about Belmouth
Hmm?
at all?
I don't know. Yelena, roll a history check. And this is one of those, it's a major country on the continent you're on, so you're going to know the country exists. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, Yelena, you're familiar with Belmouth. It's largely desert-based. All the major cities and towns are built along the coastline. The capital city is also the world's most renowned mage academy called Mythlight. It is heavily magical and crazy. And a lot of the cities in Belmouth are also run by powerful mages. The rest of the place is pretty inhospitable, but there are traveling bands of nomads and tribesmen that live out there. Other than that, the Dagger Pass also rings a bell, it's a place, and much to its name, where there are enormous razor-sharp crystals that grow out of the ground, just jut up out of the sand from some sort of cataclysm that occurred in a time where people don't remember anymore, thus giving it its name. It's very inhospitable.
Belmouth is the desert on the eastern coast of this continent.
Yeah.
I understand it. Many of its towns and cities run like a magocracy. I've also heard about the Dagger Pass, and most of it is talking about how dangerous the place is.
It's not. Yeah, it's something to be wary of, which is why I figured I'd ask before trying to rope you all into it.
That's another
You
country,
can
ain't
say
it?
no. It is.
I mean, if it's important to you, I'm gonna go out of my way to help you out with it.
It would mean a lot.
I have no issue traveling to help. Honestly, it might be good to get out of the city for a while after all of this settles.
Never done it. I've always wanted to do it.
Thanks. Yeah. And after that, they'll kind of be quiet for the rest of the trip. Aside from like idle chit chat.
Mhm. Well, there's nothing else. You'll find yourselves arriving at the exit gate into the Fisher's Ward, going through the very brief process of purpose and then exiting the city into the ramshackle city on stilts outside the walls that makes it the Fisher's Ward. You make your way past the Three Sirens Tavern, where you can hear there is music being played. A lot of people have gathered. It seems relatively raucous currently. But not too far after that, you make your way down to Magdalena's marvelous shop of magic. And climbing up the ladder and walking through the portal, you hear the same sort of magical chime that kind of plays a weird drum set sound. And you see the woman, the half-orcish woman with the frizzy hair appear from the back room. Hello! Oh, it's you. You're back. Great.
Out of character, I can't help but just imagine, like, it's just the Seinfeld jingle whenever you walk in.
Yeah, sure. Why not? So,
Every time I like see this character, I just think of like the like astrology teacher from the Harry Potter movies.
not too far off. Not too far off.
Or Miss Frizzle.
Yeah, I was thinking Miss
Yeah,
Frizzle.
that or
Yeah.
like the Doc Ock lady from Spider-Verse was another.
I
Mhm,
can't
mhm.
help but imagine that I'm just going to be searching half-orc Miss Frizzle.
I'm gonna do that after this game.
I'm going to do it right now.
Oh no.
uh,
Well, welcome back. You here for something? Obviously, you would be here otherwise.
putting more of a payment down.
All right. Well, how much more would you like to add to your payment?
Yeah, I still have 2,000 left, right?
Well, let me pull up my ledger real fast. Reaches below the counter, pulls out a book, begins rapidly flipping through it. Narrow. Let's see. The dragon slaying longsword. Let's see. You've put a 200 gold payment down. That would leave you at 1,800.
He's gonna throw down 100 platinum, so
Woo.
1,000 more gold. And then he's
Wow.
gonna toss 20 platinum to Estella just to get that down, like that owing money out of. Yeah, I don't owe money anymore. To Estella.
What's up?
I'm paying you back your 200 gold.
Hey,
But in
yeah,
this case,
yeah.
it's like 20 platinum.
You said 20 platinum?
Yeah.
Okay. Your debt is repaid.
Yep. Right. I'll come up with the other 800 soon.
Well, I'll be waiting for it.
Nods.
And if you keep coming in the money like that easily, it won't take you no time at all.
Hopefully.
Well, while you're here, can I interest any of you in anything else? If he's coming to a bunch of money, I assume all of you have.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I have a lovely assortment of magical weapons. I have several new potions on offer here. I still have that wonderful color-changing cloak. Oh, many, many things a band of you would find useful.
Out of character, that was a cloak of elven kind.
Yes, it was.
Cora will. Go ahead.
Do you create your own magic items?
Sometimes, when I have the ingredients and the time necessary, yes.
I'm curious if you'd take a look at my swords briefly. I've been told that there's a budding magic in them due to how long that I've had them on me.
Well, let me see.
So unsheath them and hand them both over.
She'll set them down to the counter and observe them, run the hand through the flames from the spell. These are finely made, and the enchantment here is good. Fumbles around in her many pockets on her jacket and eventually pulls out a bit of a smudged pearl that she'll kind of clutch in a hand and then put a hand against the swords. And then a moment later comes back. Well, whoever told you that there was some budding magic in here, they weren't wrong. I do sense something here. Something full of passion, desire. A driving force, if you will. Don't know what it's going to be yet, but you have something here for sure. If you're not careful, a collector might notice this and want to buy it off you for a lot of money.
She eyes her a little bit.
No, not me. I couldn't possibly afford these. If I could pay for these, I wouldn't be out here in a shack in the Fisher's Ward.
She briefly glances at the 1,000 gold that Darrow just handed over and gives a nod, like she wasn't quite sure that these were worth that much.
Let's see if she notices. To follow your lead. Nope.
She'll take them back and sheath them. You had a ring that kept people warm, I believe. How much was that again?
Ah, yes, a ring of warmth. Let me find it. It dives back below the counter. Pulls up a small inlay of satin with a bunch of rings in it. Fumbles through and pulls it out and raises it up. Well, given the good you've done, the price for you or any of your friends is 250 gold.
I'll take it.
Very good.
She put 25 platinum down.
I was right. All of you did come into some money.
What about that cloak?
Well, what about it?
I'm interested.
Well, very good. Well, I have it, if you want it.
Well, what was your asking price?
This was 1,200 gold.
Done.
Well,
That's almost all my platinum, but I can afford it. Cor will put down 120 platinum. Kind of hanging out.
Well, maybe at the end of this, I could afford your swords.
You don't happen to have anything for nimble fingers, do you?
Well, what do you want the fingers to do? Be more nimble?
I guess that's one way of putting it. I'm just looking to help with a particular set of talents.
Well, I have a potion that would help. Granted, it is temporary. But it would make your delicate work more delicate.
I'm looking for something a little bit more permanent.
I don't think I have anything for you right now.
All right. Well, I'll browse through. I've still got some money on me, but this I figure this could help.
Mm-hmm. And once the money's exchanged, she'll just literally hand you the cloak. If you can spend some time with her.
Yeah. Cloak of Elven Kind is real good.
It's very good. A
This
rogue
cloak was made
staple.
for me. Uh-huh. Yeah, I just need to get some gloves of thievery now, and well, I'll have all the rogue goodies.
Although, in defense of that, Star offered you a pair the last time you were in her shop.
A pair of gloves of thievery.
Huh?
I didn't realize.
Yeah, the gloves that turn invisible in your hands.
Okay, I might have missed it the last time I played.
It was a while ago, but yeah,
Okay.
that was in fact on the menu.
All right. Well, I'll have to go back and ask her how much those were.
Ooh, ooh.
Just make a note on my sheet. Because then I was being a little prudish about my money. I just, I don't remember, because I think the last time I was playing, I was also maybe a little, like, just out of it. It is okay.
It is. Well, is there anything else good old Maggie can do for you?
I think my business here is done.
I think mine is, too.
All right, well then enjoy the rest of your day. I guess I should say evening. As the sun begins to set. Oh. You can begin making your way out of Maggie's. Observing the still loud and growing business at the tavern nearby. And with a laundry list of things still yet to do, you are less than 48 hours away from the Circle Ball. And hopefully we'll get to see that soon. But until then, that's where we're going to finish today.
3 more sessions of build up.
We'll get to it. I mean, like, literally, we literally do, like, 5 sessions of the span of a day. I've not really been that much better with my campaign, to be honest.
I mean, in my defense, you guys could skip through that if you wanted to. You guys like talking there. Jeez.
Crap. But crap.
Want to real quick hammer out some XP?
Sure.
We avoided a setback.
Yes, I'd say for sure a bond between Core and the twins, with them literally wagering their own souls to try and save Cores after that. after the first round of game.
I'll second that.
I'd heard that.
No problem.
Discovery. There's deity trading cards out in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yep. I would say maybe a discovery of the twins letting you potentially setting up getting that situation sorted out with them.
I think that's a
But-
bond, but like I think
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
fine with that
really
being more
look
of a
at that
bond
stuff.
as well. I think that's up to Dyer. The reason I'd say discovery is because it is like setting up like a side
Well,
quest.
so the difference is you got your
Okay.
discovery when you got it.
True.
So I don't think this really leads to anything more yet.
Okay, that's fair. What would we label getting Precious back as? Would you? Because
And
I mean, we didn't really know she was gone to begin with, so it's not like
yeah,
we had a
an
goal for it.
unexpected goal.
Yeah.
If we accomplish something, I guess you could argue that it's a goal that's been accomplished, but like I don't know.
It was technically front-facing narrative.
It feels a little cheap to me to do that because it didn't really feel like I don't know. I don't feel right marking that as a goal.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah, I'm fine.
you quite literally almost lost your character because you wanted to get them back.
and it was in repercussion to a roll that was made. Like, fate dice can be cruel, but this was arranged. I literally knew this was the thing when you roll that one. Like, I've known since that. So this was literally it just being answered finally. So overcoming it, I would call it a goal because you didn't fail, which would have been a setback.
Okay, so we'll just call this overcoming bad luck. So
Basically, overcoming chaos. I'd like something else.
What
chaos.
would we label finding out that there's a fake Tyrek running around?
Something that qualifies as a discovery.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. What about you guys?
Yeah.
I didn't want anybody discussions. It's artificial.
Right.
I think I'm pretty good with that.
Wow, the size of that.
Can't think of anything else.
Probably about decay yet.
He wanted everybody to know that it wasn't
Okay.
real crap.
Well, if you think of anything else, you're more than welcome to bring it up in the XP channel. Otherwise, that's it. You know, finally, hopefully going to get back into the swing of things. I'm still really looking forward to getting to the circle ball. I have a gigantic sheet of NPCs for you guys to interact with.
Fun.
So hopefully we get there soon. Anyway, yeah, still streaming, so I should finish that. Hey everybody, hey, thanks for watching. It was great. Thanks for coming back to Orphaned Honor, finally getting back on track. A really important lesson we've learned over the last couple of weeks from this game and other games. You know, life can be hard sometimes. Try to take care of yourself as best as you can. You know, and look out for other people where you can as well. And I guess that always rolls into how I close out every stream, which is, if you can do nothing else, make good choices. We'll see you next time.
Be good people.